Gets fire in the house. Burn that son of a...
Woo! I'ma shut this down. Kitty cat meow 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 meow. Hit it with the heat to the heat to the hound. Miss Jackson, oh she with a crown. Brand new sound, got a brand new style. Coming with the banger like boom boom pow. Wow. Ooh 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 child. Janet Jackson come soon to your town.
I ain't never gonna go nowhere. Quick the brand new, you know I've been right here. Lately I've been on a mission, yeah. But that don't mean I forgot how to move you, yeah. So tell me what you wanna do. Don't do nothing stupid. What is happening in front of you? All it is love on the boot.
Let's go!
When the DJ play this, we gon' dance like no one's watching. Hey, Mr. DJ, drop that track and won't you turn it up? I'ma dance all night and I don't care who's up there watching. Just give me that fire and I'ma show you how to burn it up. Just how I burn it up.
Down, tick it down. Down, tick it down. Down, tick it down.
Just how I burn it up. Just how I burn it up.
Let it burn.
Just how I burn it up. Just how I burn it up. Just how I burn it up. Just how I burn it up.
Thank you so much to our dancers for such a wonderful and game-changing performance. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarika Choi.
I'm Vincent Tang, and it's our pleasure to be your MCs this morning.
That's right. So welcome you all to the Business of Design Week 2023 Summit, organized by the Hong Kong Design Center, and it's a Asia premier event on design, innovation, and brand. Also with the support of the partner country, the Netherlands, and Creative NL.
Thanks to the continuous support of our lead sponsor, Curated Hong Kong, co-organizer Hong Kong Trade Development Council, and all strategic partners, we proudly bring to you BODW 2023 in a tri-bit format, featuring physical events, international live streaming, and as well as TV broadcast in collaboration with View TV.
That's right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now without further ado, please join us in welcoming Professor Eric Yim, MHJP, Chairman of Hong Kong Design Center, on stage for his welcoming speech.
Professor Yim, please.
Secretary Yang, Director General Barbara, Ambassador Haspos, Consul General Ian, Ambassador Vanderveer. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the opening ceremony of BODW Summit 2023. It's an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we embark on this momentous event that celebrates the power of design and its transformative impact on our world. Organized by Hong Kong Design Center, this year's Business of Design Week holds immense significance as it marks the highly anticipated return of a physical edition with a partner country since 2018. At Hong Kong Design Center, we are dedicated to leveraging the city's unique blend of East meets West advantages, aiming to generate value through design. As we embark on this journey, I'm humbled by the presence of the Netherlands as our esteemed partner country and its platform for creative pioneer, Creative NL. The Netherlands, having previously been the partner country of BODW in 2008, has established itself as a global pioneer in circular design, with its cutting-edge practices and visionary designers. As we expand our strategic partnership with the Netherlands commenced last year, it allows us to further tap into the wealth of experience that the country has in the field of circular design. Being the 21st edition with the theme of Game Changer, we aim to leverage the partnership with the Netherlands and navigate game-changing approaches to circularity in Asia for BODW 2023. Game Changer is more than a theme. It's a commitment. Business of Design Week 2023 embodies the spirit of innovation, audacity, and transformation, with a focus on circular design and a sustainable future. It's an exchange of minds of those individuals and ideas that have disrupted industries, challenged conventions, and propelled us into new frontiers. We are excited to welcome renowned global leaders and industry experts from overseas joining us here at the Free Space. The presence of over 60 creative leaders and visionaries from more than 10 countries and regions, along with the Dutch delegation of over 50 individuals flying to Hong Kong, signifies the gathering of diverse perspectives, experiences, and expertise from around the world. To forge stronger connection between the mainland's dynamic creative industries and the international design landscape, BODW 2023 will also spotlight on distinguished designers and thought leaders from the mainland. Throughout the week, we will delve into the stories and experiences of these remarkable game changers, exploring their visionary thinking and bold endeavor that have left an indelible mark on our collective consciousness. To all participants joining us from near and far, I encourage you to make the most of this unique opportunity. Engage, connect, and immerse yourself in the wealth of knowledge and inspiration that surround us. The involvement of over 50 key partners and more than 70 supporting organizations from the region in BODW demonstrates the strong support and collaboration from a wide range of stakeholders. These partnerships play a crucial role in shaping the success and impact of the event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our partners and sponsors, especially our lead sponsor, Curated Hong Kong, of the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, co-organizer, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, and our strategic partners, including Brand Hong Kong, Invest Hong Kong, Hong Kong Design Institute, PolyU, PMQ, Guangzhou Design Week, Macau Design Center, View TV, to name a few. Your unwavering support has played a pivotal role in making these events come true. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to Business of Design Week 2023. Let us embrace the spirit of exploration, open our minds to new possibilities, and together become the game changers that shape a circular future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eric Yim. Please be seated.
Please join us in welcoming our partner country, Mevrouw Barbara Wolfensberger, Director General of Culture and Media, Ministry of Education, Culture and Science of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, for a few words.
Mevrouw Wolfensberger, please.
Good morning, everybody. It's just so very special and great to be back here in Hong Kong. Very much I can't see you, but I know there are a lot of Dutchies in the hall. Yay! Welcome. My name is Barbara Wolfensberger, and I'm the Director General for Culture and Media at the Dutch Ministry of Education, Culture and Science. The public value of culture, heritage, archives, media and the creative industry is my specialist area. And I'm also a member of the top team for the creative industry in the Netherlands, and it's thanks to these two roles that I have the honor of leading the Dutch delegation to the BODW Hong Kong 2023. Let me begin by offering my heartfelt thanks to our hosts, Secretary Kevin Young and Eric Yim. Thank you very much for hosting us here. The participation of the Netherlands at the BODW started last year when BODW chose the Netherlands as its strategic partner. We participated once before in 2008, as Eric Yem just told us, and we're happy and proud to have been asked for a second time. For 2 decades, the BODW has been one of the most important and most influential design events in Asia and the world. We were delighted to seize the opportunity to be a part of the program on this year's theme of circular design. This particular theme is undoubtedly the right choice. Circular design has the potential to bring us innovations that will reduce our ecological footprint. And that's an essential challenge we all face. The consequences of the Earth's overexploitation are becoming increasingly clear. The Netherlands share, together with Hong Kong, the belief that circular design has an important contribution to make towards reducing overexploitation. The Dutch partnership includes the influential Game Changers Exchange Program, comprising of a year of activities in both our countries and culminating in this BODW 2023. Creators, businesses, researchers, knowledge institutions and government are brought together in workshops, lectures, expert meetings and exhibitions. The Dutch delegation is convinced that this will ultimately lead to more international collaboration, knowledge sharing, mutual inspiration and co-creation. The focus of our participation in the BODW is on 3 themes: the built environment, sustainable fashion and product design. We deliberately chose these 3 themes because they are areas in which the Netherlands excel and for which our creators receive international acclaim. This is where we can make a difference in accelerating towards a circular way of living and working. There is no doubt that China and the Netherlands can assist each other in this acceleration. The city of Hong Kong is a pioneer in innovative technological solutions and is committed to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as is the Netherlands. We are happy to learn from Hong Kong and at the same time share our knowledge of sustainability by highlighting the specific approach adopted by Dutch designers. Over the next few days, you can therefore expect to see, among others, some established names and upcoming speakers, such as Winnie Maas, Ben van Berkel, Francine Hoebe, Borre Akkersdijk, Lucas de Man, and Babette Porcelein, and many others. I'm convinced that we can learn from each other's approaches. After all, irrespective of the distance between the city of Hong Kong and the Netherlands, in terms of miles, we face the same challenges in the transition to a circular economy. By joining forces, sharing our knowledge, and inspiring each other, together we can ensure that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are within reach. No country can reduce its footprint single-handedly. The Netherlands therefore welcomes the important role that China is taking on in the field of sustainability and in developing new design solutions. We just cannot do without the knowledge and potential of a large country as China in order to initiate true change. We are looking forward to the contacts and relationships we forged this week. We also invite you all to visit the Dutch pavilion in this building, Room NL. It's an ideal location for informal conversations, presentations, and networking events. In the pavilion, local partners and international professionals can get to know Dutch participants who are eager to present themselves in our clubhouse. You will also have an opportunity to find out about the Circle program. It's an extraordinary methodology that enables entrepreneurs and creative professionals to make a start on circular design. It provides answers to questions such as, how do you reuse materials, and especially raw materials? And what does a circular business model look like? Another great topic is the Action Program for Spatial Design, which encourages the use of design in future-proofing our living environment, where human-centric thinking is essential and the basis for future success. From building 1 million additional homes to transitioning to renewable energy, and circular agriculture. A superb challenge for socially engaged designers. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time I visited the beautiful city of Hong Kong, I obviously couldn't have suspected that the world would change so quickly as a result of COVID, climate emergencies, and geopolitical tensions. It makes it all the more satisfying that we're able to come together here for the BODW 2023. I very much look forward to the days ahead, and I'm also eager to take a look around this new area of West Kowloon. For example, to visit the Lyrics Theatre complex designed by our very own Ben van Berkel. Finally, but no less important, I'd also like to warmly invite you to the Dutch Network Night this Thursday, the 30th of November. It's set to be a great evening for getting to know each other better, inspiring each other, and together planting the seeds for the circular world. I wish you all an unforgettable and inspirational BODW week here in Hong Kong. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mevrouw Wolvenberger, for your inspiring words. Please be seated.
Thank you so much. And now we have a special speech prepared by our guest of honor, Mr. Chen Kwok Kee, GBS IDSM JP, Chief Secretary for Administration of Government of the HKSAR. Please enjoy.
Friends of BODW, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you all for Business of Design Week 2023. First of all, a warm welcome to our friends from the mainland and overseas. Surely, your participation in this year's BODW is a vote of confidence in Hong Kong's dynamic and creative vibes. Since its launch in 2002, BODW has been an annual signature event in the global design community. This year's edition is no exception, featuring over 60 renowned speakers and over 40 inspiring sections. The theme of this year's BODW, Game Changers, couldn't be timelier. Hong Kong and many other economies have come out of the year-long pandemic and resumed full normality. It's time for policymakers, business executives, and creative leaders, local and worldwide, to be game-changing, setting ambitious goals and driving smart innovations in design and branding process. Apart from knowledge exchange, BODW fosters international partnerships. I'm especially pleased to note that the Netherlands is the partner country this year, bringing in a top-notch Dutch delegation to exchange design mindsets and creative solutions with other participants. I'm proud to say that Hong Kong, as an international city where East meets West, is the right place to drive such dialogue. And our government spares no effort to develop Hong Kong into an East meets West center for international cultural exchange. The Chief Executive, in his second policy address delivered last month, announced that our government will set up a dedicated cultural and creative industries development agencies. This agency will engage a wide range of partners, with you all included, to proactively promote the development of arts, culture, and creative sectors under an industry-oriented principle. Also, our government's various economic and trade offices in the mainland and overseas will continue to step up cultural promotion and exchange, so as to strengthen people-to-people bonds between Hong Kong and the rest of the world. And do stay tuned to our launch later this year of a comprehensive blueprint on Hong Kong's arts and culture and creative industries development. This first ever blueprint will feature a host of initiatives, along 4 directions, namely, to develop diverse arts and culture with an international perspective, to promote Chinese culture, to drive cultural exchange between China and the rest of the world, and to drive industry building. Together, we will create a more diversified arts, culture, and creative ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, my thanks to the Hong Kong Design Center and the Hong Kong Trade Development Council for organizing this year's BODW. I'm also grateful to the Netherlands, as well as all the strategic partners in putting this flagship event together. I know you will enjoy this year's game-changing BODW, and I wish you all the best of business and innovation in the year to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan, for your warm welcome remarks.
And now, to kick off BODW 2023, let's welcome our officiating guests on stage.
First, we'd like to invite Professor Kun Poi Lee, Dean of School of Design, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University.
Dr. Lei Lian Ong, Principal of Hong Kong Design Institute and Hong Kong Institute of Vocational Education, Li Wai Li.
Next up, we have Mr. Clement Chung, General Manager of View TV.
Mr. Bart Arsman, Director of Click NL and Creative NL.
Next, we have Mr. Arjen van den Berg, Counsel General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Hong Kong and Macau.
Mr. Stephen Liang, Assistant Executive Director of the Hong Kong Trade Development Council.
Next, we have Mr. Victor Loh, Chairman of BODW Steering Committee.
Mr. Victor Zhang, Head of Create Hong Kong.
Mr. André Haspos, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to China.
Professor Eric Yim, MHJP, Chairman of Hong Kong Design Center.
Mevrouw Barbara Wolfensberger, Director General of Culture and Media, Ministry of Education, Culture and Science of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
And last but not the least, Mr. Kevin Yeung, GBSJP, Secretary of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Government of the HKSAR. Thank you so much, our officiating guests. So in front of you are cubes to officiate the light-up ceremony. So on the count of 3, please place your hand on the cubes to officiate the lighting ceremony.
Just before that, can you show us your hands, please, and wave to the audience to greet them for their support this morning. And on the count of 3 is when we place your hands on the cube. Are you ready?
Are you all ready? Let's count. 3, 2, 1.
BODW 2023.
Thank you so much, and ladies and gentlemen, please remain on stage, and I would like to invite you to take a picture to commemorate this memorable, special moment.
We'll have photographers coming right up to the front. He's right in the center with his waving hand.
Yes.
Right in the center. Make sure you do see him right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th row, right there. Yes, let's share some beautiful smiles.
That's right. Let's take a few more shots.
Would we like to do a thumbs up sign, maybe? Yeah, I think that's perfect. Thumbs up for BODW. Perfect. Are we good? Did we get our wonderful
Yes?
picture?
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you so much. And please continue to remain on stage.
As we invite our second group of esteemed guests on stage for a second photo.
That's right. So let's invite Ms. Davy van de Weert, Ambassador of International Culture Corporation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Next, we have Mr. Friedjan Vierix, Counselor for Science and Technology and Innovation, Embassy of the Netherlands in Beijing.
Mrs. Lucille Merks, Deputy Consul General of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Hong Kong and Macau.
Next, we have Ms. Monique Knappen, Coordinator China of Curated NL.
Mr. Steve Leung, BBS Vice Chairman of Hong Kong Design Center.
Professor Viveka Chan, Vice Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center.
Ms. Cynthia Yao, Senior Manager, Creative Industries of Invest Hong Kong.
Mr. William To, Executive Director of PMQ.
Mr. Chao Xiu Leong, Chairman of Macau Designers Association.
Mr. Tony Zhang, co-founder of Guangzhou Design Week.
And Mr. Tom Bakker, General Manager of the Dutch Chamber of Commerce in Hong Kong.
Thank you all our esteemed guests. Again, we'll be asking you to share your beautiful smiles to the photographer up in the front. Make sure you see yourself with the cameras. Perfect. Let's share some smiles from the back. Yeah, I see those smiles. They're gonna look great in the camera. Perfect.
Let's take a few more shots. All right, we got it. Thank you so much. All our honorable guests, please be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kindly make your way to your seats. No rush at all.
Thank you. So BODW 2023 revolves around the theme Game Changers, celebrating visionaries who share a common vision for a sustainable future and leaders who drive innovation that contributes to sustainable business and commitments.
The BODW Summit assembles more than 60 influential individuals who have revolutionized the design industry. Among them are trailblazers such as Ben van Berkel from UN Studio, Winnie Mas of MVRDV, Francine Huben from Meccano, Kenya Hara from Nippon Design Center, and many more notable figures.
That's right, and we are also introducing Room NL, the first ever showcase dedicated to our partner country at BODW, along with bringing the best of Dutch design to Asia through Dutch inspiration.
Join us in becoming game changers and experience our exciting program to come. Welcome to Business of Design Week Game Changers. We have prepared an incredible slate of programs for you, and to start off our summit, we have Ben van Berkel, the founder and principal architect of UN Studio.
Mr. Ben van Berkel undertakes projects worldwide and shares his insight lecturing globally at prestigious architectural schools. Having served on the task force team advisory board of the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs, he effectively continues to share his passion on health and build the environment.
Please join us in welcoming our first keynote, Transform Now, a visionary guide to the city of tomorrow, presented by Ming Foundation. Please welcome Mr. Ben van Berkel.
Thank you. Thanks for this incredible, onerous a possibility to give the keynote speech today. What I would like to do, I know I have only 30 minutes. I particularly like to talk about all the topics just earlier mentioned in this morning. And we all know that so many topics are in transition in our world today. If we think not only about circularity, sustainability, the way how we have to reduce the carbon footprint, how inclusivity plays all part in our profession, we have to work more together. And that's why I think this platform is one of the greatest platforms around today. And I know the BODW for such a long time, since 2008. I've been invited. I could not always come, but I've been on this platform or working with this platform and all the sponsors for at least 4 to 5 times. But what is quite amazing is that you can share with so many policymakers, and the Dutch are here, but as we know, there are many international people invited always to this platform, and I really think that it creates a fantastic opportunity to collaborate and work together. And in times like this, with all these changes, I think it is totally essential. So what I will do, if this pointer works, I will talk about a project we recently won in Madrid. It's a train station called the Chamartin station, and it's one of the biggest in Europe. And this train station, if you think about the way how, anyway, train stations in Europe have been organized, they could have been seen over the last years as the backyard of the city. They have not been so very, next please. So here you see the existing station as it is right now. So the backyard in the city, because if you walk around at this station today, 8 in the night, or even later in the night around this neighborhood, then you don't feel happy, you don't feel safe, you don't feel invited to the celebration of public transport. And as we know, public transport is actually sustainable, becoming more and more sustainable, not only in Europe, but I would like to say in the rest of the world. What we did with this train station is to keep certain parts intact in order to stimulate that aspect of circularity, but also to find ways to make sure that through the way how we can further develop this station, that we could have an advantage in the speed of the projection and the building time of this project, but also to find ways to keep certain things so intact that they can be transformed to new ideas. Next, please. Because this is not working as I'd like. So what we did was to keep the old part of the train station, to make a whole new set of entrances related to the neighborhoods in the station. But what we particularly did was to introduce education, work, living, all kinds of activities around the waiting areas of this station to make sure that the liveliness of the station and the amount of users, from students to the people who work or the ones who live in this neighborhood, and activating with more program onto the site, that we could have a much more enriched stimulation of the way how this train station becomes far more lively. And the key of the way how we did this was simply not only to activate and make more liveliness around the train station, but particularly to enrich the whole neighborhood and this whole area of Madrid. And what we know is that the sustainability and the quality of the way how public transport can be stimulated is one of the things we believe is actually something what should be enriched in many parts of the world. And we know that here in China with the high-speed trains, and in Hong Kong in the way how we work here with train stations, luckily enough that liveliness is already around, but it should be stimulated much more, as we know, in the world, in order to make sure that we reduce the carbon footprint. So here you see the way how we transform the existing structure of the train station to its one entrance. But what we did was to make a whole loop around the train station where all the cafes, restaurants, working areas and waiting areas could be, so that with all the program around it, that this becomes a whole, yeah, you could say not a station anymore, but it becomes a transfer hub in the city, and maybe more an urban transfer hub. And particularly what was here also the case is in the relationship with all the ambitions Spain is having on the level of ESG, sustainability, circularity, and the stimulants of public transport. We wanted to make here particularly also a place where community building will be enriched. And as you can see, there is a park on both sides of the station next to the density of the amount of program on the side, so that you can, whenever you have to wait, not only you have to wait in the train station area, but also in the parks. Actually, that's actually going to be designed by another Dutch designer group called West 8. But over the years, working on these larger scale projects and urban projects what transformed the city, this was another project we won a few years ago in Melbourne, to make sure that the southern part of Melbourne would become much more livelier. This area is full of office buildings, but again, if you walk around it there 8 o'clock in the night, or even during the day, it's too monofunctional. There is no kind of interaction between the people who work and live in this neighborhood. And as we know, if we want to make cities not so monofunctional but more lively, and where the community building is introduced, then we need to think of other programs to bring to this part of the city. And what we did here was to introduce 2 volumes, towers, because the opportunity here was to work with a slab, but we didn't work with a slab. We took out the middle part of the slab, we put the middle part on top of another part of the tower, so that we would have much better views towards the rest of the city, but also that we could introduce a green zone into the building, and that we could build neighborhoods in the sky. As we know, skyscrapers are not the most pleasant and happiest places to be when it comes down to moving from one floor to the other. I always say people don't like to talk with each other in an elevator. But what we did here was to make sure that supporting programs would feed community building in the plinth, but also within the tower itself, so that you could create these neighborhoods in the sky. And the tower twist with the daylight, so that the daylight would actually stimulate the green and biophilia, as we lately call it, on the balcony areas of the two towers. And as you can see, there is on the roof, there are communal gardens. There is even the possibility to produce their own food. What is the quite interesting aspect is that in the plinth of this project, we were able to bring in an enormous amount of diverse programs. And particularly, what was the most important was to also here, with a quite ambitious and young client, to bring in all the topics around sustainability, the reducing a carbon footprint, to make sure that the themes around health and sustainability would be combined. And this is where I believe in quite intensely over the last years. I did a lot of research on health and the built environment. I started with that 7 years ago at Harvard, whereby what I call the social health, the physical health, and the mental health of the built environment need to be improved. And I often say that we can think that we have to, of course, improve our planet, and we work on that quite hard, luckily enough. And now the regulation become, luckily enough, a little bit more powerful. But don't forget the indoor environment, because the indoor environment needs another push towards the way how it can actually be improved and become much more healthier. And think about universities, schools, the places where people work. The air quality is not always as it should be. Community building is not always there, as we know in cities, and the mental health aspect is related to safety and the way how people feel in the built environment. In this project, we were able to bring in also a cultural program. This client was able to negotiate with the Centre Pompidou, and they are introducing in this project an dépendance of the Centre Pompidou. So with this cultural event and some other enriched supporting programs for the neighborhood and the area in this part of the city of Melbourne is one thing, but also, of course, the amount of program to be introduced for the people who live here is, of course, there also in order to make sure that you get to know your neighbor. And walkability and the stimulants of not using always the elevator. Of course, when you go up in the tower, you need to use the elevator. But in the plinth area specifically, we use an enormous amount of staircases to make sure that you also walk. And we all know that that is quite healthy to do in buildings. Next, please. Next. Yeah, and what I'd like to do now is to give you a brief insight in a project we are doing here here in Hong Kong, the Lyric Theatre. As you can see, here is on the left-hand side is the free space where we're in. The M+ you see there in the middle of the slide, or close in the middle, and the dotted line is indicating where the Lyric Theatre is going to be and what is right now under construction. It's quite amazing that in this whole cultural strip, so many cultural programs are introduced, and I would say that is the beauty of Hong Kong, and all the support from the city and many who support these cultural projects within the city, and the policymakers, I have to say, who do this so wonderful. So you have not only the M+, but later on the Lyric Theatre, but also the music center next to that in the future. Next. Yes, and it was not an easy job because on the one hand we had to work with a lyric theater, with one theater, but over the time when we discussed clockwise activities in the theater and different times that the theater could be used from the morning, you know, with the conference for instance, or in the afternoon or late evening, we thought it would be, together with the client, it would be wonderful to have more theaters to be coming to the site, because we had the opportunity to do that and to make 2 lobby areas and 2 ways of how you could enter the building, and with of course the lyric theater on the one hand side with close to 1,500 seats, a medium theater for 600 seats, and a studio theater for close to 270 seats. But as you can see on the right-hand diagram, these theaters, they're quite close to each other, so they needed to be box-in-box theaters so that you don't have sound moving from one theater to the other. But particularly what is quite amazing is we were able, even with the density of the project, to bring in all the lobby spaces and the views and the cafes and the restaurants related to the lobby spaces on the water side, so that you would have a spectacular view towards the harbor. Next, please. Next. Yes, and here you see the section of the 3 theaters. It's quite complex how they fit together. Next. But what is quite unusual on this project, and that's why it was quite a harsh project to start with, is that under the theater we have a rail line, a road, and for that reason we had to work with close to 650 different springs in order to not have this vibration coming towards the theater. So as you can imagine, that is quite an unusual thing to have in a building, but this is simply because we didn't want any sound, any vibration to come into the theater. Next. So in here you see this first-hand part of the construction site with the view over the harbor, where you have these lobby areas where I talked about. And while you come into the theater, it's as if you are, of course, the festivity of the theater is so exciting, and that you step in another reality when you are in the theater is one thing. But also when you come into the building, then this should be also giving you the feeling that you are celebrating to go to the theater, and that you are walking already on a stage while you are in the lobby area, or when you walk through the theaters itself, as if you are yourself the actor on the stage before you go to the theater. Next. And this is what I think that is the beauty of making these projects, is that they can celebrate this idea of stepping in another world, and a world where you'd like to come back to. Next. And here in the night, what is apart from this inside-out view over the harbor, you will have also from many other parts of the view next to the M+, as you can see, a view towards the theater, whereby the theater becomes, in a way, a kind of lamp in the city. What will really enrich its activities and its liveliness through the 2 different lobbies of the theater, as you can see here, the red one and the purple one, with all the restaurants connected towards it. But what I'd like to particularly emphasize is that with all the transitions where I talked about, that today the way how we are standing on the crossroad or a crossing point in the profession, whereby so many new regulations, new ideas have to be expanded to the way how we have worked before, until the changes we have to work with today are so great that we have the opportunity to stimulate invention in the profession again so boldly that I've, with 35 experience in human studio and in the profession, I have to say, and in the way how I've been teaching, I would say this is one of the most exciting times I've ever seen. And that's why we in the studio, we'd like to invent, we like to develop and realize scenarios for future-proof ideas within cities and test these ideas, next, in such a way that through the writing that we not only support new types of manifestos in order to stimulate with that new ideas, but particularly of course that they are embedded and instrumentalized in architecture is another thing. And with two other projects where I will be very brief about, I will explain it more in detail. Next. And as I said maybe in the beginning, the fact-based design strategies and measuring today performances is becoming much more important. And within the studio we have developed knowledge platforms whereby forecasting, strategy design, sustainable engineering, post-occupancy strategies, so that we test how our projects are performing after even 2 or 3 years, is something that we do more intensely in order to correct there where we have to refine the project on certain levels in the flexibility where we work with in these projects. Yeah, next. Next. So, and with this we use lately a lot of new techniques whereby with an in-house carbon footprint program, we have found ways to measure very quickly in even a half hour what the embodied carbon footprint or the operational carbon footprint is of each project what we do, and how to work with then certain materials in order to be more efficient on that level. So, and for that we developed special AI tools within the studio and other particular programs specified for these sustainable opportunities. This project, some of you out of Hong Kong, when last time when you were in Amsterdam, you have seen the project, but I briefly like to emphasize that on all the topics I've talked about just briefly, we were able to tick many boxes within this project on the level of well, for instance, community building, sustainability, certain aspects of circular materials we could use in this project. It's the headquarters of Booking.com. We talked endlessly with the client, with all the users of this tech company, what was called the Spirit team, about what they wanted to improve in the quality of the project. And what we did here was to work particularly again on the topic of health, physical, social and mental health in the built environment with the best air system. What we used already in many buildings, like air is not rolling from one person to the other in this building, but it is sucked out of this floor vertically into the ceiling. With this, you don't have bacteria moving from person to person. It's almost as if you are walking outside when you are inside the building. We worked with non-toxic materials, new water systems, the best acoustics in order to make sure that you feel as if you are walking in the woods when you are in this building, a lot of daylight, etc. Community building was actually one of the tasks also of this company when they were interested in getting as many people back to the office. Next. And here you see the project in section with two major HR. On the ground floor, there are cafes where this tech company is interested to have more articulation and combination of community building with the city and people who are visiting the project. And you can, like you can see here with the staircase, also here, use the staircase to go up to the central atrium, and there is not a standard lobby. Here, that was not required. There is an entrance area in this lobby area, in this atrium area in the middle of the building. Next. And as you can see here, a lot of green, a lot of wood, many connections and ways to use the staircase. Like the fire staircases, for instance, are totally transparent. You cannot find an elevator in this building. Again, you can easily walk from the 5th floor to the 6th floor because in the 4 corners of the building you have many staircases. And of course this connecting bridge in the middle of the project. And here we were able to make, in a way, a recruiting strategy for this company, because they were interested in going to Facebook. They were at Apple, and I've seen, of course, also the other tech companies, but they wanted to have something totally different with this building. They were interested to combine here the topic of health, not only with sustainability, but particularly that people who come here and work feel so at home that they would really come back more to the office, because in the COVID time they had only 70% or 60% even, particularly just after the COVID time, to come back to the office. But now it's almost back to 98% of people who are back in the office again, and close to 6,000 people work here. And of course you have some formal office areas, but the breakout spaces and the informal work spaces are much larger and much more popular here than the formal spaces. And what is quite interesting is that this is a project where now so many people understand that the value of working on this level of sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint. Oh, I have to be careful that we, were having such a great effect that now, of course, many visitors want to know more about the future of work, because this is actually a building that is totally changing the whole typology and the phenomenon of the way how we thought about work and working in office buildings before with this whole new strategy. The last project, I have 3 minutes left, I want to show is an integral building for the University of Delft, where the integral faculties the students can all come together, but also the professors and the visitors. And the reason is simply because most of the faculties don't have enough lecture spaces or spaces for the PhD students to be in these separate buildings on the campus. And so this is a community-based, shared community, knowledge-based building. And it is there to stimulate, particularly among the professors and students, innovations in the way how collaboration can take place. But this project is producing energy. So with a lot of solar panels on the roof, we were able to not only provide full energy for the building itself, but we have an overcapacity of this building of energy, what we deliver to the buildings in the surroundings. And as you can see, ideas around flexibility, because this building is total flexible. It is a table construction with, whereby the construction is hanging in a way to the lower level, and whereby all the atrium spaces on the right-hand side and the lecture spaces on the left-hand side and study areas. They can be all changed within this organization, so it's a total flexible system. Again, a central staircase in the middle, again, no elevator. You can always see each other in this building, you can meet each other. It is there so visually open and stimulating that people will talk to each other and with that exchange knowledge within this project. Next. Here you can see the roof as one solar panel in a way, as you can see. Next. And what I said, it's not only a building whereby the details are so made that you can disensemble the building, so it is total circular. But it is parametrically so built that we could optimize the usage of all the materials in the building, large spans, as I explained, for flexibility, and this green roof. And as I mentioned, also non-toxic materials. And the way how, let's say, the section works, it's so done that we would get a maximum amount of daylight, and you would say, yeah, how is so much glass actually applied here so that you could have then so much energy reduced, but we were able to combine this all with the way how we thought that daylight is actually much more, of course, healthier for the built environment and healthier for people. And this brings me also to this idea of that, of course, next, that we can be sustainable and we can be circular in our buildings, we can be reducing the carbon footprint, but of course, what we do here is, of course, designing for people. And that's the central aspect of the approach where I'm getting at, that if we work on the topics of the transitions in our times, then we should focus more on the human-centric approach. And of course, in the history of architecture, that was always done, as we know. We know that in a group like the Team 10 and from Le Corbusier to Alvar Aalto, architects were always interested in a human-centric approach, but they sometimes failed. And hopefully today we have much more information, we have much more data about the quality of the air. I have actually this data of the quality of air in buildings or in schools, the quality of the acoustics, the quality of the way how, let's say, even materials are having sometimes a bad effect on your health. So this human-centric approach is, I believe, the future key towards the way how we organize buildings. So it's not about the image and the iconic effect of an architecture today anymore alone. Of course, the building needs to look good and everything needs to be exciting and beautiful and attractive. But it is specifically how we organize buildings towards a human-centric approach, what I think is the future of architecture to come to and to work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you. What a great start for our program today, and what an insightful sharing. All right, Vincent, so if I want to hear more from Ben, what should I do?
If you want to hear from Ben or any of our speakers today, please join them in room NL. It's just as you exit the hall up the stairs. You can enjoy coffee and refreshments at any time during the day. Now, next up, we'll dive into how eco-sensitive design can help shape sustainable environments.
In this session, we will explore how to shape sustainable environments with eco-sensitive designs. Our speaker includes Chris Van Dam, partner of OMA, who leads the firm's portfolio in Asia. Peter Morley, managing principal at Hassel, and Martin Poole, architect and co-founder and partner of Space and Matter.
Our moderator will be Betty Ng, founder of Collective. Please join us in welcoming the panel Eco-Sensitive Design Shaping Sustainable Environments, presented by the Oval Partnership Limited.
Hi, everyone. This is Betty. Thanks for being here in such an early morning. It's a great pleasure to be sitting with these guys today. And I have to say this is going to be a very difficult topic because the title is so broad. So I really look forward to listening to all your presentation. So the format today will be Martin and Peter. They will both present, share some of their insights. And then Chris will join me as a co-moderator, as a respondent. We wanted to keep more time for a panel discussion. So without further ado, Martin, please.
Yep. Thank you. Mic's working. Good to see you all. Excited to be here and to be on stage with these great minds and already enjoying some of the presentations and actually kicking off the week, right? Thanks, Betty. I'm Martin Poole, one of the 3 founders of Space and Matter, and I'll introduce just a bit of work. I'll take 10 minutes to explain some of our thinking and some of our background. Let's start with what we put ourselves to on a mission, and we mainly focus on realizing housing, and we have a housing agenda in the Netherlands, so we commit ourselves to realizing at least 1 million of square meters relatively affordable, high-quality housing, and affordability and high quality seems to be in contrast, but I'll try to highlight how we want to tackle that in our mission. And since we're an Amsterdam-based office and we're from the Netherlands, it's an artificial, small, condensed country, and actually we also try to take our responsibility in aiming for establishing 1 million square meters of nature, let's say new nature, it's water, biodiversity, and natural habitat within the urban environment as well as outside of the urban environment. As an office, we have an integrated approach, and what you see as what we refer to as the neighborhood stack, and we like to focus on our projects within a neighborhood scale, because in the neighborhood we can be more inclusive, and socially inclusive, nature inclusive, energy inclusive, etc. What you see in the stack on the top right, and that's the visual layer, since the hardware, as architectural designers, urban planners, we tend to focus on the aesthetics, on the hardware, the visual, the tangible. Since our end, the name of the office is Space and Matter, we have a strong focus and a research drive on trying to figure out what's actually the matter that drives all of these spatial conditions and configurations. And that's where we tap into the more social structure, the ownership structures, the financial structures, and decision-making and governance structure. Because we strongly believe if we tap into those like more hidden layers of the matters, we can redefine the ambitions in our projects and steer projects towards a different outcome. And within today's context of eco-sensitive design, and we have a very strong system design approach where we not just focus on the hardware, and which is in the center of this image, but also on actually the performance of the entire built space, and on a neighborhood scale, that's also the inclusion of energy production, it's the sanitation principles, it's mobility, it's energy, food, and natural restoration where we can. So it's a very wide spectrum of disciplines and techniques which we want to implement in our projects. It's a lot more than just the spatial appearance in the aesthetics. As I already mentioned, we have a strong neighborhood approach, so I would like to introduce you a first out of 3 projects. It's a floating neighborhood in the city of Amsterdam, which is entirely off-grid, and which started with the ambition to actually step away from the land and step into the water. Amsterdam is a city with an abundance of water. Land is scarce. Land prices are very high, and very similar to the Hong Kong context. So we set ourselves the ambition, okay, let's initiate another kind of project which is radically different from constructing it on the land. and actually starting to develop this neighborhood for 46 households and 30 floating villas to be entirely off the grid, and being in the water. In the water, there is no infrastructure, there is no electricity, there is no sewage. So we have to reinvent it by ourselves to make a really robust, autonomous, autarkic structure that can take care of itself. It's resilient to climate change, etc., and actually brings the city more than what it takes. And so we don't use land, but we rather tend to use water as buildable space to expand our cities. This is the spatial configuration of this small settlement, and this is more important. And considering the individual households, every individual household is like a consumer as well as a producer. So the roof of the houses are populated with solar panels, and they have individual batteries. But instead of just taking care of the energy for your individual demand, it's connected through a smart grid. It's a cluster of exchanging the production of energy amongst your neighbors to make the entire neighborhood off-grid and self-sufficient. This is where you see it sitting in the Amsterdam context. It's a very rich collection of architectural styles. Also paying attention to fostering social inclusion and the vibrant community. It's depending on the size of the boardwalk and the space for social interaction, what you see on the top right. So it's a collection of 46 families living together in this, well, first prototype of a circular neighborhood in the city of Amsterdam. And as I already mentioned, and since it's a project on water, it also opens up the space for innovation. And the smart grid, the decentralized sanitation, and there's even sanitation within the neighborhood, so it's not connected to the sewage on the land. And actually learning from this project and taking a section, and this is where you see one of the houseboats sitting in the water. We extract the heat from the surface water, which is regenerated as a heating cooling system. There's floating gardens, there's the implementation of marine biology to enhance marine biology to increase the quality of the underwater surface. So even sitting in the water, we try to enhance the biodiversity in the underwater situation and really create an ecosystem which is good for humans and non-humans alike. Learning from this project as a very unique situation, we also take these principles and we want to replicate and scale. That's what's been represented here also by the World Economic Forum, and learning from this project as an example how to deal with affordable housing in city density challenging sea level rise. Well, then looking at where is the situations where this example can be replicated, it's marinas, it's river deltas, it's inner city bays. Well, looking at the map of Hong Kong, I can already imagine potential situations where this can be situated and replicated. Now the example in Amsterdam is just a housing neighborhood and it's for residential use, but expanding this tissue, it can foster a lot more of diverse functions. It can be replicated and scaled in a different set of configurations, and from a small neighborhood to an intermediate neighborhood to a larger neighborhood situation, always expanding the existing city context. I'll extrapolate this example into two more examples. On the right, you see the Schoon Schip situation. Our office is based just at the doorstep of Schoon Schip, the floating project. I'll quickly introduce Sample as a project and Urban Tree Village. This is Sample. It's a land-based project. It's the next step towards the implementation of circular neighborhoods. It consists of 360 units, affordable housing, mid-rent housing, as well as free sector housing. Deriving from the need of the local community and the need for affordable spaces for artists to work and affordable housing units. Developing the situation also for communities to live together and independent on their financial background, social housing, mid-rent housing, or free sector housing, is the implementation of community spaces such as laundry, collective spaces, and roof terraces. This is where you see the layer of the neighborhood, and you see the playground in the middle. It's the spaces to work and eventually the spaces for residential units on top. This is one of those creative, productive spaces and spaces for circular practices to work with bikes, for example. Roots Bikes is a circular company based in Amsterdam. This is a very strong example. It's for food production and the inner city urban farmers of Growy, which have been implemented in this project. It's actually taking up the organic waste from the households, which is being fed into the urban farm cells, which actually produce leafy greens back to the neighborhood. So this is one example of closing a loop in the neighborhood. It uses, or it actually gives back heat to the residents in the city, and it consumes the energy of the solar panels produced on the roofs of this neighborhood. This image illustrates the amount of use of material, and for 4 or 360 housing units to be realized, we put ourselves on a mission to commit to 75% renewable materials in the use of this construction project. It's secondary materials as well as renewable bio-based materials to be implemented in the use. The project is due to be starting construction in 2025 and will eventually create a strong social structure for different households to live together. One last example where I extrapolate a more horizontal principle of a neighborhood towards a vertical stacking, which is also, I think, a strong example for a Hong Kong context, where we actually start organizing different layers of communities, people with different backgrounds living together, but then in a more dense configuration in a high-rise situation. And the differentiation of typologies, the differentiation of organizing floor plans within a vertical high-rise, and also implementing the same strategy of smart grid, sanitation, and food supply, and to take care of the metabolism of the project. And in the operational cycle, what do we produce? What's the organic waste that comes out of it? And what's the food consumption needed in this neighborhood? And also paying special attention to the space for communities to interact within the different layers of the more vertically dense organization. And that's the last example, and where the Urban Tree Village wants to offer a solution for how we might accommodate and encourage co-living cities where space is very limited. That's it.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to give a short presentation overviewing the company I work for, Hassel, and then I'm going to talk about and give an unashamed plug for an exhibition we have as part of Business of a Design Week in our studio in Hong Kong. So eco-sensitive design, as you say, it's a big subject, and I think there's parallels to the previous presentation that I can talk to. So a little bit about the company. Hassel, we've been around for 90 years, originally starting in Australia. We're now in 9 locations around the world. Not the Netherlands yet, but maybe we should collaborate. I think that's something to think about in the future. We have a singular purpose across the diversity of project types that we work on, and that's to make a tangible difference by designing the world's best places, places people love. And we do that by having, a committed purpose around sustainability. The world is going through enormous change at the moment. There are 2 great things happening. One is the impact of global warming, and the other one is AI as well, and how we face that, how the world will look within years to come. We don't really know, but it's up to us as designers to do something about it. And as part of our commitment to that sustainability agenda, we've got sustainability leaders in all our studios around the world. And we have developed a series of design tools, a lens through which we put all our projects and assess how we can make a tangible difference and meet those objectives, looking at system place, carbon, social impacts of projects, more than just the carbon footprint. And we do it through a consistent design process that we have, looking at research, test, realize, and learn. And the research bit is really important. A project needs to be built out of place, relate to a specific need, a certain set of criteria. And we have researchers, again, across all our studios, dedicated full-time researchers, producing reports, exploring ideas. And I'm going to talk about 3 particular research topics that we've been looking at, and then apply that to Hong Kong. And that's the basis of this exhibition that we've got in our studio. So those 3 pieces of research are ordinary to extraordinary. The most sustainable building you have is the one you already have. Radical reuse, change of use from office to home, and looking at urban corridors. So the first one, ordinary to extraordinary. One of the big issues facing Hong Kong is that we've got an enormous amount of existing building stock, old aging building stock. So how do we repurpose, reuse that, relife that without doing the normal thing, which is demolishing it and replacing it? So this is a study that looked at what are the things that tenants, what operators, owners can do to reimagine and repurpose their existing buildings. So as part of the exhibition, we gave that task to some of our younger members of the studio, some of them in the audience today, to explore how that could be applied in a building in Hong Kong. This is in Kowloon Bay, Kwun Tong area, and it's an old industrial building. And industrial buildings are great because they're designed to take much heavier loads than normal office use. So if you can do a change of use, which is a challenge administratively in Hong Kong, you can then add more floors, you can take out floors, make double height spaces, give back the ground plane. There are lots of things you can do to reimagine a building without having to demolish it and give it a new life, give it another 30, 40 years of life. And we also used AI to imagine what those spaces could look like and how that could be redeveloped sustainably without being demolished. Another study we looked at was in Melbourne. We did a study where we looked at all the existing building stock, commercial building stock offices around the city. And there's a lot of grade D, a lot of grade E office space which isn't fully utilized or not used at all. An issue, again, that Hong Kong's facing. And there's also a housing shortage, again, an issue Hong Kong's facing. So we looked at how we could repurpose. We found that probably half of those buildings were ideally suited to reuse as residential through being refitted. So we thought we'd, again, have a look at how we could apply that to a building in Hong Kong. So this is in just around from our office in Tin Hau. And we looked at a building, and a very interesting how the parallels about this vertical stacking and communal spaces and this co-living, using the idea of Tong Lau, that you've got different communities vertically stacked with the youth at the top, with shared spaces for hanging out, having parties, in the middle spaces for families to socialize, for the kids to play, to do homework, and then for elderly in a mixed environment lower down, and about connecting it to the ground plane, again using an existing building without demolition. And then finally, the third piece of research is about urban corridors. This is a study where we asked about 100 different operators, government bodies, agencies around the world who are involved in urban corridors. And we realize that corridors come in many ways. There's roadways, railways, waterways, greenways, and they have all these different agencies, and we asked them what their purpose was, what their goals are. And we realized if you read the wording, they're all pretty much the same, but they all work independently of each other. And quite often, urban corridors, they can scar a landscape, they can divide communities, and if you can bring that together, collaboratively working to those common purposes, those common goals, you can get great urban spaces, sustainable lifestyles for large urban communities. So again, we came up with a toolkit, a way that these different bodies can work together for this common purpose to great urban spaces, great urban corridors. And then we thought, well, another big issue that Hong Kong's facing at the moment is the redevelopment of the Northern New Territories. We're building a city for another 2 million people up on the border with Shenzhen. And that's a great opportunity for engaging some of this thinking about urban corridors. So we took all these key words from this report, and in the studio we've got a big touchscreen wall, and we've loaded it with AI technology. And as part of the opening exhibition we had for BODW last week, we invited clients, collaborators to come in and use AI to have a go at envisaging what this new urban development in the new territories could look like, with this vision, using the same terminology used in this Urban Corridors report, and then putting their own addition to it. And you can come along and have a go. We'll print it out, take one home, put it on the wall. We came up with some really interesting ones, like a Barbie world, Star Wars, futuristic. We also came up with some quite thought-provoking visions of what the Northern New Territories could look like in the future if we come to try and create a sustainable vision for the city, which is not transport-dominated. It's about people, about creating places people love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so relieved to be a moderator today after a week of joining talks on sustainability. I have to admit I've been a bit eco-fatigued. But having said that, don't take me wrong. I think it's a very important topic to discuss because by default, as architects, right now, we just have to work on this. This is something that we cannot shy about. But apart from the quantitative analysis that we all architects were sort of forced to work on, ticking all the boxes, getting all the certification and award, today's discussion I would like to focus more a bit on the qualitative side, on sustainability, on so-called eco-design. Peter, I mean, your presentation touches upon several things, and from that, I actually have a question for Chris. Looking at the urban corridor exercise through AI, I do realize that the capability of AI is to regurgitate what we all have been thinking and inputting, let's say, in the virtual world. I can't help but think most of the images look very similar. Of course, the environmental aspect, so-called nature, is always happening in those images. Chris, I know you have been working on quite a few master planning, and I can't help but think of these images do look very familiar to a lot of Chinese master planning these days. Do you mind to share a few insights on such?
Yes, indeed. I think we, in our office, I think there's a slight increase of scale, perhaps. Martijn showing kind of bottom-up, small-scale projects that actually happen. Peter bridging certain scales. In our office, we've been working in the past years on quite a few urban projects on a larger scale. I think that's also extremely challenging and interesting. First of all, because we go to quality, but think about the quantity first. We are in the most polluting industry, most likely. I mean, 40% of the carbon emission is due to buildings. We know that every year per person in the world we produce 1 ton of concrete, so imagine how much concrete we are all responsible for. And imagine then that until 2050 we will double the amount of buildings in the world. So if we want to have a large impact, we have to work on all scales at the same time. And that's why it's interesting to think of the urbanization that is happening in the world and how we can contribute to that. Most of the work that we're doing in terms of master planning is in China. There's not so much master planning in Hong Kong left. But in China, things have been going very fast. And now they have this blueprint model in China, which is on the one hand amazing because it has enabled the developers in China to have a very controlled urbanization where once they identify the area, it could be a 30-kilometer stretch of land, the moment they say yes, 5 years later, the activation zone is there. And that's because they are able to not only do the master planning, the physical, but also the kind of financing, the policy making, the governing. Everything is a kind of a blueprint, a formwork, which allows them to do these things very fast. But it's based on basically 2 drivers. One driver is car mobility, which hasn't been challenged for decades. Of course, this was all developed in a period where China was still very much under development. And we know that mobility is changing. I mean, the kind of car ownership is changing. One of your projects, I saw you have the electrical vehicle hub. That is part, when you live there, you commit to that. I think that's a small example, but if we inflate that, it could really change the way we design cities. Second thing is the value of real estate. If you look at the way the buildings or cities are planned, it's the grid by cars, and then there is the little plot, and the plot is only driven by quantities. There is a color coding identifying the function, and there is an FAR, maximum height, and that's it. So that whole notion of being able to plan a city or control the planning of a city by quantities is something that results into, well, the cities and the expenses that we know, which are all very similar, very alike. And I think we're at the moment where we see the end of this system. Because if you read the newspapers, you see that the big developers are all in trouble, and they are all tumbling down, or there is at least a domino effect expected. So it's also time here and an opportunity, because there is that framework, to rethink how can we change the values of that framework so we can still control that urban growth, which I think it's inevitable. I mean, we cannot say everybody should simply stay on the countryside and not move to the city, but still do that in such a way that those cities are way more responsive to the context, and not only create these monofunctional areas that are maybe a solution now for the first 20, 30 years, but I mean, we've seen it in Europe. The areas that were developed very fast after World War II become big problems a few decades later. So learning those lessons and think of a model where the value is not only economy, but something where economy and sustainability, long-term vision, goes hand in hand.
Of course. I mean, sustainability is based on these three main pillars that we all know: economy, society, and the environmental. Of course, speaking about the scale of a city, we always focus on completely building from scratch, right? But then through Peter's presentation, I actually got very interested in your research about radical reuse. For example, of course, the regeneration of cities, but then you were very pinpointing focus on a building in Tin Hau. Would you mind to share a little bit about more on the difficulties on adaptive reuse?
In Hong Kong, it's very, very difficult because it comes back to legislation about planning controls, about the quantitative rather than the thinking about the big picture. And I don't know, I think particularly in Hong Kong has the opportunity to be one of the most sustainable cities in the world, I think, because if you look at urban planning, most people in the world now live in cities. And if you look at the most sustainable model, it's not suburbia, it's about a high urban density. If you think about whole urban blocks of Hong Kong, equate to a town in other parts of the world, and nobody owns a car, and you've got a way of living there which is inherently sustainable. I think there's also, if we could change that building stock to be sustainable in terms of its building envelopes and everything and the way it operates, then you could end up with a very low footprint community, effectively, living in high density. And in a world where land is scarce, where resources are scarce, we should be building high density. And the only way you can have high density living comes back to this urban planning again. It's about through mass transit. It's not about car-based society. So it's a whole equation where through the urban planning of the future being about focused around urban corridors, about urban transportation where you don't need to own a car. And you can see how this fusion is happening between, it's no longer about rail, it's no longer about cars, it's about all sorts of modes of battery operated transportation. And how all that interconnects with technology. It's a really exciting time, I think. And so for going back to the Tin Hau question, you know, that ultimately, if you take a block there, you could have a lot of people living very, very sustainable lives. but it takes that leap of faith by government and administrators to have that vision and then change all the restrictive controls which prevent that dynamic change.
Peter, did I get you right? You mentioned you think Hong Kong is one of the most sustainable cities?
It could be.
It could be.
It could be, yeah.
I beg to differ, but good, it could be. That means there's potential. And
absolutely,
you do think that high-density living have immense potential in sustaining a sustainable way of living, correct? That's really interesting. But before we speak more about that, I would like to hear your opinion. I mean, the context of where you're working in, from where you're from, and the project that you have shown actually is quite interesting because there's a really low-density project that's super intriguing, the floating houses. But then there's also this super high-density project that you're working on. Do you mind to shed some light on what Peter was talking about?
I would like to refer to Chris's introduction also there, and from a strong focus on quantities, and we, especially within our profession, and we have to deal with regulatory frameworks and rigidity of all that. And we tend to think about agendas as this is the amount of housing or the amount of square meters that needs to be realized. But we strongly believe that actually architecture and urban planning should serve a purpose, and eventually it's society. And what is the opinion on society? How do we want to live together? And there's, of course, in the economic equation and sustainability as part of the equation. But most importantly, it's society. So how do we develop a notion, a qualitative set of parameters? How do we want to develop society, and how can architecture be means to an end? How do we want to live together? How do we want to foster communities? And that's where we started with that low-density project from a very human-centered approach. What's the community we want to build? And eventually this was the outcome, living on water, sharing spaces, sharing a fleet of electrical vehicles, and taking care of the energy production ourselves. And that makes us consumers as well as producers. It's the people living there, they take care of themselves, and they've implemented an energy cooperative, etc., making them less dependent on centralized systems. And then actually learning from that aspect in a small scale and pinpointed as a bottom-up approach. What we try to do now is reuse this prototype approach of building communities in extrapolating into larger scales. And for example, the Urban Tree Village is a more vertical organization of smaller communities sitting together, and also there fostering the community of and asking future residents is, how do you want to live together? What's the kind of floor plan you would like to use? And not from an individual approach, but more from a collective and societal approach. And what's the space we want to obtain, and what's the working spaces, living spaces, educational, cultural spaces to express ourselves. And I think if we tap into that, it will affect and change the architectural outcome and eventually result into same numbers, but with a stronger tied-in community actually taking ownership of the space we provide, and not just produce the space by numbers, but really open up the involvement of future users in the development of that space. That will increase the parameters as well-being and feeling a sense of belonging of
who are the initiators of this project? Because at least the floating ones seems very, let's say, bottom-up. I guess the users have been collaborating with you from the beginning, but the other project seems to be more, let's say, developer-driven, and I think that's an interesting trend or growth. So how do you work with the kind of developer world, with the market economy?
Good question, great question, actually. Okay. We started with the floating project by the dream of a documentary maker wanting to live actually stepping away from society and literally from the land into the water, starting as a dream, like I want to live in the water and take the rainwater in, have my own solar panels, produce a little bit of food, but I cannot do this.
Are you part of the group too?
We co-initiated it. I wanted to live there, but eventually I had a third child coming up, so it took too long.
Two boats then.
The project took 8 years to develop, so I already had to move houses, and where we live now, we live happily. Now, but it starts, in this case, it starts started with the desire, and that we started translating that desire by using our imagination and visualization skills and using our architectural skill set as a translation method. And then translating this dream into a visual, it started attracting more people tapping into that, like, oh wow, if that is really going to happen, I also want to live like that. And that grew into a collective, and like a strong collective demand of people tapping into that idea, which really boosted the project. And
who all invested in the project from day one also.
Yeah.
So is it a co-op?
So yeah, it was a co-op. So it starts actually with the future residents at the start of the project. So it was the future residents under our supervision and guidance and curatorial approach and
May I ask
architectural
then,
design.
are there canal ownership? Is there land ownership?
Yeah, that's a technical question. I'll get back to that because I first need to address Chris's question. So it did start with a group, quite exceptional situation, but it also opened up our minds like, wow, if this can happen and it has this impact and these ambitions, we would love to work with these kind of groups a lot more often. Where do we find these groups and how can we facilitate these initiatives to actually happen? And that's where we started an online platform, because everybody's connected and online. So we've developed www.crowdbuilding.nl, which is a tool to harvest individual demand and actually build collective dreams, and finding and actually surfacing these dreams. We can tap into small groups that eventually result into 50, 150 or 250 people following a certain topic, and then tap into that. That's also the Urban Tree Village is actually deriving from that notion.
So it's a kind of Tinder for house owners.
It's a matchmaking for future residents wanting to live together, and then we'll step into that as designers, which is also part developers, and because what do? We use our imagination and translation skills to eventually develop the project with the residents. So for us, the limit of architecture is just a description. We do whatever it takes to get it done. And it's like developing a platform, running the studio, and taking the development responsibility to eventually bring these projects to life.
So also the larger projects are
also
based
the
on
Urban
that.
Tree Village is in the same approach as the floating project.
And that means there is no commercial developer involved at all.
This is very impressive.
And
very interesting question, Chris.
That
Thanks for
eventually
asking.
results in higher quality and more affordability, and which, like you could say, cut out the middleman. Do you really need them? Well, for specific reasons and specialist set of knowledge. But in development, there's kind of a split incentive. If you want to reduce cost and maximize profit, you actually extract from the model. And working with these people, it's on the contrary, there's more an aligned incentive. Everything we invest in the project will make the quality better. And so that's a no-brainer to invest in batteries and solar panels, which makes the investment go up. But the return on investment in 8 or 10 years is like you own the energy productivity center if you're the resident. An investor developer would say, I'm not going to invest in that because cost is going up. I just want the value to be maximized. That's a different incentive.
This is why these panels are so interesting. But then I can't help but think, can this happen in Hong Kong? Not necessarily about the architecture, but in terms policy making. And Peter, you have been working in Hong Kong for so long. And I know you're actually a transport infrastructure specialist. And you've been working on a lot of MTR-related projects. And since you mentioned the Northern Territory development, if I might put it that way, it is indeed a top-down kind of decision. So, having heard about this brilliant example, but also with the important work that you're doing, how do you think the two can actually come together to build, as you put it, a more sustainable Hong Kong? You think it's possible, right?
It is definitely possible. I think it comes down to good governance and good administration to be able to create the opportunity rather than it having to be coming in tangentially through the force of the will of people to try and make that change. And it's very difficult when you're doing things on a very big scale to bring all that together. And it does take a lot of coordination, choreographing, and aligning of government agencies to make these things work. To tie back to that theme you were talking about, that a lot of, and the commercial reality of development though is most people in Hong Kong rent. They aren't owner-occupiers, but the agenda is absolutely driven by the owner-occupier commercial imperative. And it's great to hear something which is probably more driven by societal need and qualitative agenda as a way of trying to frame those decision-making points, which I think is interesting.
Do you think there's anything on, well, since Chris, earlier you mentioned master planning, and then also that evolution of change of mobility. And we all know, when I was living in Rotterdam, I was, either I walk or I bike.
Yeah.
I actually lost quite a lot of weight, so that was a good thing. But then I was wondering, how do you actually respond to what Chris was mentioning, that he observed there seems to be a change of evolution in mobility, in city making, and you are very used to not having to drive, I assume, public transport, biking, walking. You live in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is completely reliant on the MTR.
Yeah.
There's still quite a lot of car ownership, I would argue. Is there anything you think Hong Kong can do in terms of enhancing its mobility system or policy making in order to make it a more...
I have to be careful.
Yeah. I'm pushing too far, I realized.
I think there's a lot that can be done. The car has dominated in terms of urban transport planning. And there's a study we did at a similar event pre-COVID, where we went and asked, again, a survey of people in Hong Kong, what are your favorite places? What are the great places that you love? And it was interesting that they came up with places which were full of character and interest, like Sham Shui Po, Mong Kok, or places which had a definite vibrancy which is characteristic of Hong Kong. And then it begged the question is, why are we not building more of that when we're looking at the new territories, the new towns where they've been built, which are very engineering driven and potato chop type housing blocks. It's just, and then the other one was looking at public spaces. We asked the question, what's your favorite public space in Hong Kong? And we thought it might be the harbourfront or the park, big Central Park or something. And it was that little bit of pocket of land next to where they live was their favourite spot. So it comes back to this question around what is urban planning for the people who actually live here and how they inhabit the spaces. It's about those qualitative elements to do with what makes a great city experience, and also about great public spaces that we can share as well. And it's very different from a sort of a very top-down driven engineering approach to
this is not
master
only
planning.
in Hong Kong issue, of course. I think one example maybe to relate to this is in Seoul at the moment. Also Seoul, beautiful small grain, and now it's replaced one by one by big towers, bigger and bigger. There's a mayor, and he has a kind of quite an ambitious agenda, but which actually relates also to the developers' world. If you can prove you build a building that has advantages for the city, because most of the towers are anti-urban, you bring in innovation and you kind of bring in benefits for the neighborhood, you're allowed to build an extra 10% FAR. And that, you see, such an incentive can actually make a change, because suddenly the lower levels will be more opened. There's micro parks being planned, those little parks that are very kind of interesting for the local neighbors, cultural facilities, community blocks. So little changes like that, where developers also see the benefit of investing. They get a little bit more FAR, but they can also make a more positive building. That could actually be one of the drivers to kind of make something like this happen.
Yeah, the nudge effect, yeah.
After all these talk, at the end, I'm glad we actually didn't touch upon so much on the greening, on greenwashing, but actually a lot about power, policy making. And I'm particularly intrigued by Chris' question for how do you actually develop the project. And I did not realize it was a bottom-up kind of development. It's super impressive. But being, from Hong Kong, I do feel that helplessness sometimes, that it has a lot to do with not being able to tackle the authority directly. And I'm wondering whether you guys can shed some lights and insight as architects. Do you sometimes feel that helplessness, and how do you tackle that?
Well, I guess we are here to let's say, show examples, good examples that actually may work. And we are doing a lot of competitions that we usually lose because they may be too far-fetched or too optimistic. But I think that's necessary to kind of plant the seed and see how this can probably become reality. Maybe not now, maybe not in big steps, but in small baby steps. And I think that's our role. That's why we are here, to kind of share ideas, which maybe it's not possible to have the bottom-up approach in Hong Kong yet. But I mean, there's enough developers and policymakers here that maybe get the inspiration and start talking to all of us.
We can do it.
Yeah, let's hope it inspires and opens up new perspectives, that there is alternative realities to be made possible.
I love the word alternative reality. But let's try to make this happen together. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers and moderator for sharing. Now we're going to keep our morning flowing with our next keynote. Roadmap to building inclusive environments.
That's right. Thank you so much. And we don't have an official break right now, but you can go to the room NL anytime right upstairs to meet the speakers and share your experience and also make new connections. So we'll be back here in 2 minutes.
The 14th Five-Year Plan enhances Hong Kong as a regional intellectual property trading hub. Hong Kong has a sound legal system, top professional services, and robust intellectual property protection, bringing business opportunities to all. The Intellectual Property Department offers upgraded training courses to establish the expertise of managers in enterprises and enhance competitiveness while providing a free legal consultation service. For details, visit ip.gov.hk.
Welcome back for joining our next keynote. Our next keynote is Next Archetypes, Challenging Status Quos.
So in this session, we will learn how architectures can challenge established norms in architectural experiences and create spaces that foster unexpected connections among diverse communities.
Our speaker is Shohei Shigematsu, partner of OMA, who leads the firm's portfolio in the Americas and Japan. He led the design of many successful projects, including the recently completed Toranomon Hill Station Tower, OMA's first high-rise in Japan. Please bring your hands together for Shohei Shigematsu.
Hi, good morning. Great honor to be standing here. Oh, sorry, it's quite scary. So I'm gonna show many slides in a very fast speed, so please bear with me. I'm based in New York, but I lived in Holland from '96 to 2006, and then I moved to New York. Well, while I was in Holland, I was lucky enough to be working on a project like this, and also working in China, also in Hong Kong a little bit. Since then, I'm running New York office, delivering a project like this, a Cornell University architecture faculty. This is a museum in Quebec. This is a residential tower in Miami. This is a synagogue event space in LA. I've done a lot of fashion exhibitions. This is in Metropolitan in New York, and recently a Dior exhibition in Tokyo. Recently finished this Fifth Avenue flagship store for Tiffany, and now working on an innovation center in Chicago, etc. But what I want to talk about today is not really about the buildings per se, but a series of observations that we have been doing, and to really questioning the societal change and conditions. One of which I will show you the series of those observations and related projects. So mixed use will be the new generic. So this is the observation. This is the city of Tokyo. Different color represents different area of the city with different characters. If you compare that to a dinner table, it's like an a la carte style. People share dishes and have very dynamic experience and conversations. But a lot of new big mixed-use project actually is having a very similar ingredients. So all those buildings are built differently in different design, but inside is the same, which I'm calling it a bento box development. So the ingredients is more or less always the same, but as an architect we are asked to design the container. But if you're, even if a container is circle or a square, if the ingredients is the same, the experience is the same. So what used to be very dynamic as an experience within the city is now very predictable and kind of homogenized. I'm not against bento box. I eat bento box all the time. I'm just trying to compare the experience and the development of the city. So as an architect, if you are like designing the bento box, I strongly believe that as an architect we have to also propose and create also the ingredients, not just the container. So this is happening not just in Tokyo, but globally, I think. So from mixed use, I just designed building in Tokyo. Also another one, I will show two of them. One is in Toranomon, which is at the intersection of the Bay Area in the inner land of Tokyo. Mori building, the client has been developing many towers around this area, and this tower was at the junction of two zones that they made. So I decided to actually commit this tower to be a connector, rather than a kind of freestanding tower. So this is how typically the tower is seen from the other tower, basically closed and independent, which is fine. But here I decided to basically create a connection, emphatic connection that goes through the center of the tower from the next tower. Because this area has this basically a rare axis in Tokyo. As you know, Tokyo is very organic, but here there's a kind of reminiscence of like a wartime that has a kind of axial street. So we wanted to actually express that axial quality three-dimensionally through the tower. So all the special program is concentrated on the center of the tower and also really expressing that axis. And also on the ground level, creating this kind of walkable connection to the developments around that the Mori building has been developing, also connecting activity and green. In Tokyo, the infrastructure is so developed that you really think of point to point, but here promoting a walkable city. So you see that the axis is basically drawn into the building and also drawn up to the building and really expressing three-dimensionally. Like as you see in the center, you have this kind of band, we call it activity band, that accumulates different programs. So these are the finished photos. It's a bit far away, but you can see the building from the Imperial Palace. The building has a very dynamic form. Our critique to the high-rises, of course, it always looks the same from every angle, but here, one side is like this, one side is exactly the same shape, but upside down, so it creates a quite dynamic look, so it doesn't look the same from different angles. So the park actually, like a High Line in New York, penetrates through the center of the tower at the base, over the street on the second level, as you can see here, and then goes through the center. You're on the deck now. In order to achieve that, we basically split the core from the sky lobby so that to make sure that the park can go through the center, which was very important for me to give the core, the center of the tower, to the public. So this is the early illustrations. This is still under construction, but it's going through the center and have retails on both sides. And it's not just that kind of connection to the neighborhood, but this is connected to a metro station, a new metro station. And for the first time in Tokyo, we provided this like a town square, plaza in front of the metro station that leads you to different places. In Tokyo, typically you go into a kind of meandering street or the tunnels to get to the street level. But here you have this great atrium. Not just that, but related to the bento box, we actually proposed to have some kind of a museum and an event space at the top. Now it's called Tokyo Node, N-O-D-E, which consists of three main galleries, but also a forum. It's kind of this kind of gathering space that has an overlook to an Imperial Palace. This is a lobby. This is one of the tallest galleries, a typical gallery. And this is that forum that has a kind of, you can speak, having the Imperial Palace as a backdrop. So these are the kind of events that we've done. Also product launch. You can configure the auditorium in a different way so that you can not just do a kind of session like this, but you can also have gala and so on. And at the very rooftop, almost like an extension of the green band, we made a garden and also infinity pool just to compete a little bit to Singapore, you know, like a very tiny infinity pool, again, overlooking the Imperial Palace. With having like 3 Michelin stars restaurant on site. So that's one of the projects. This is another one in Harajuku, but in Omotesando, where all the big brand stores are. The site is at the junction of this, of course, facing Omotesando, but as you know, all the street culture of Tokyo, fashion street culture, actually came not from Omotesando, but actually from this village, very like clumsy village-like condition. And all the buildings that are standing in Omotesando never really acknowledge that actual culture came from this village side. So we wanted to make a building that really represents that duality of having a proper retail front to the Omotesando, but also acknowledging this kind of street, human scale, village-like urban condition. So this is the kind of zoning envelope. So we made a building that has a setback, of course, respecting the zoning, but also a setback to the street so that you can actually bring people in to the passage that takes people into the village side. So you have a proper face, but you also have this kind of passage on the side to bring people to that, we call it Oku Harajuku, where all the culture is still being generated. So you're going through this kind of alleyways to get to the other side. So the other side is more facing the residential side. It has more stepping and have more space for people to gather and have interaction. So you can see this building is kind of schizophrenic, like having one side really trying to entertain the Omotesando side, the other side really trying to forge the culture or help forging the culture of the village side. So you see like kind of split personality. That's not me, but it's kind of trying to respond to the site. Okay, the two is the cultural planning will make cities predictable. So what's happening in all the city, in my observation, is that highly influenced by soft power. People do the cultural planning. They have this kind of checklist to the municipalities of you do 1 to 10, you have economical effect of X. So people really listen to the economical effect because nowadays you can monetize anything, like creativity can be monetized through the business people. So this soft power is given to the city municipalities, and it becomes instantly a cookie cutter. Okay, city of Chicago, it all looks different, but more or less the same kind of list. Okay, if you do this event, it has economical impact of X. So what's happening is this kind of cookie cutter soft power is happening everywhere, and I was interested in one trend, which is this is 200 plus, is the amount of biennials and art fairs that is happening around the world. Because of this, because in the cultural planning, you have this kind of checklist of if you do art fairs, you have great economical effects. So actually, the amount of art fairs are increasing globally, and this is very messy graphics, but in a given month, like on September, there are 12 biennials and art fairs happening at the same time globally, with the usual suspects of great patrons, great curator, great artist. So my theory is that like in late 90s when I joined OMA was about the height of like Bilbao Guggenheim effect, where all the municipalities wanted iconic buildings. But my assumption is that now it's like not the iconic buildings, but they want the tent, because they already invested on iconic buildings, so they want to do more events that can bring all kinds of domains together, not just art and architecture. So from cultural planning to cultural production, so I did a project in Miami Beach where, as you know here too, like how Art Basel actually changed the identity of the city, and also spawned so many other art events and so many initiatives and galleries. And now it's like #2 destination in United States for people to go. Here, the annex, we did annex, which is in blue for the hotel, which was red, yellow, and gray here. But we wanted to make something not just an annex for the hotel, but really representing the changing kind of art scene of Miami Beach. So we kind of claimed the center by making one of the volume circle. And then, as you can see how close it is to the beach, this is all the structure that really supports the building, so there is no column inside. And this is an event space with 2 volumes that are attached. So basically, you can actually have 2 events at the same time, or one single event that are connecting the 2. One is like classical with a classical circular plan and with a dome, and one is a pure black box that is connected. So it's a very weird building, like a keyhole like this in plan. So you can see here, looking from the dome side to the black box side, that has a great window to outside. This is a kind of event that stage we designed for the opening. And since then, it's been delivering, or it has been having really various types of events. And I think that's a great thing about, creating this kind of cultural building where it's not just an art or visual art, but performance art or other activities for the neighborhood happens, and also on the street. And for me, like looking at the creative industry, it relates a little bit to the cookie cutter story, but I was also interested in how this kind of creative city network is initiated for the UNESCO. This is 2016. I made a prediction how fast it was growing. You saw like until 2000. 13, it was about like 10 cities at the most was given to a creative city network. But suddenly, like since 2014, it just kind of jumped exponentially. And I was kind of making a joke at the time, maybe in 20 years, actually there will be like 400 creative cities in the world. So, you know, really kind of undermining the word creativity. And actually, this is the actual the data now. It is actually quite correct. Now it's 350 creative cities in the world. And at that point, what does creativity mean? And in this current prediction, it's a little bit off, but 400, we will reach 400 in 2025. Anyway, so at that moment, everyone is creative. So what do we do? So what I'm doing, I show you one thing that I think is going towards, which is a conversion of different minds and different ambitions. This is called Redefine, again, Miami Beach. Miami Beach expanded the beach in 80s for the sake of tourism. That killed all the reefs that existed. So you see the expansion of the beach. But now with the global sea level rise and also lack of reefs actually is accelerating the erosion of the beach. So now they're in the danger again. So the idea here is to revitalize, remake the reefs along the entire coastline, beach line of Miami Beach here, but not just restoring. Restoring is kind of easy at this point with the technology. Instead of putting a kind of concrete structure to make the reefs again, their initiative to basically put art, sculpture into the ocean so that it could be simultaneously a sculpture park as well as the environmental protection and also for the attraction for the tourism. So you can see all these ambitions are now converging into a singular ambition and creating this kind of great project. So the first installation happens actually this Art Basel, but this is like Leandro Enrich's traffic jam. It's a kind of cynical piece under the water, but you can imagine there will be a reef growing. So the reefs, but I was also asked to design not just master plan sculpture, so I did this kind of, I focused on a kind of less gravity environment, and of course the stair is only active when there's a kind of gravity, so I thought it could be interesting to actually put the stair into the ocean, but also looking at the activities of what's happening in the diving community to provide some kind of an arena. And I was always so fascinated with the sea kind of creatures. So we made this kind of effort to create a kind of single unit of stair and then creating a kind of sea creature-like arena where all the reefs will grow over. So if it's in the gallery, of course, it's the kind of spiral stairs, but when you imagine this under the ocean, it becomes a platform for the reefs to grow, but also hopefully the divers can also be inside and use it. This is the famous NFT that we sold. Now everything, architecture needs to be also NFTs. Okay. So that's one of the initiative. And this is the main point. I have 10 minutes. So the museum will be fully embrace public nature. I've been designing like a museum, not just exhibition, but also museum extensions in US. There are, of course, a lot of talk about how the museum typology has been changing globally, but I think most notably in US, because the museum is trying to basically bridge the gap between the different stakeholders and communities and providing community engagements, not just kind of gallery space, and becoming almost like a public space. So this is a kind of simplistic diagram that I made, which really represents the problem of the museum extension project nowadays. One is that you see the gallery exhibition space in yellow. So physical expansion happens in a low speed, but the collection and acquisition of art scene is, because of the great art scene, people buy art so much and art becomes bigger, but also community engagement also becomes one of the main activities. So there's a gap between the physical expansion and the ambition of activity. So for me, but often the brief of the museum extension don't really ask to make a space for community engagement, nor because it's very difficult to quantify or create a kind of space for that. So for me, this is a kind of interesting gap where architects can come in and be creative about. So I'll show you one example. We just finished a building in Buffalo. There are existing buildings on the right side with 1905 and 1962, which is extended by SOM Gordon Bunshaft, and the new one is on the left, done by us. This institution also not just really doing the exhibition, but doing public art initiative, education, innovation lab. So all this kind of expanded, diverse activities are their identity now, not just a great collection and great galleries. But the existing building really was so introverted that these activities were not visible. So what we did was to, looking at the existing buildings with the podium and the building edifice above, we also made a podium and the gallery on top, which is in red box. I was also fascinated by old picture of the old building where the podium was a kind of bridging or buffer zone between the park and the building, so it had art and green together on the podium. So we thought it could be nice to actually create that kind of condition. The ground level of museum is always a little bit bigger because you have to have more functions. So we used that ledge between the gallery on top and the below to become a kind of public concourse that really surrounds the gallery space. Because it's a cold climate, we closed that with the glazing and then created this kind of wrapping, 360 wrapping concourse that can have a view to the park, but also to really promote their activity and broadcast their activity to the surrounding neighborhood. So you can see the gallery is perfect, but basically by enclosing the surrounding, you can actually get this kind of improvisational space where they can actually do community engagement. So unlike the existing building, it doesn't look so close, but it looks highly transparent and almost exhibitionist level of transparency. So these are the kind of, you can see how the movement of people and artwork and art installation is visible. This is from the street. Also flipping the diagram of nature in the center and the art around, which in 60s, almost flipping that and having art in the center and the nature around. So these are the concourses. So these are the real pictures. They have like sculpture. They have cafe, they have events. This was like a gala that happened for the opening. What this does is that the museum can look, of course, as always, the same, but if you have a projection or a mural onto the wall, basically it can change the whole identity of the museum, because you can use the outside wall of the box, gallery box. So you see the transparency of the museum, and that becomes like a lantern. Not just that, we collaborated with artist Olafur Eliasson for him to actually cover the courtyard. This was a kind of listed building. Gordon Bunshaft was from Buffalo. There was a heavy opposition for us to basically create a roof as an architect. But as soon as we brought the artists, the hotshot artists, the preservation community was kind of fine. That really represents the architect's image nowadays. But this is the kind of artwork, not a roof structure. This is called Common Sky. Half of the panels are mirrors, so you see yourself, and half is basically a sky. So it's kind of very interesting experience where it becomes a kind of town square. This used to be open and not really usable. Now, this is an unticketed zone, so basically it's kind of free zone for the community to have events or gala, etc. So you can see the kind of the great, I don't know, like a publicness that this extension had brought in by having this kind of ultra transparency, but also creating undefined space where all the community engagement and other activities of the museum can happen. I'm also doing one in New York next to Sana, a Japanese duos building in Bowery Street, this a vertical museum called New Museum. New Museum is also the same case, not just their activities, not just the art, but also incubation, like New Ink, or event like Idea City. So it's also getting diverse. So the site was right next to the Sana building, in the old building you can see there. The site was also longer. The left is the existing site, and our site was slightly thinner and longer. The program, though, was exactly the same, so almost cloning the existing the program. So same amount of galleries, same type of program, and almost the same amount, so really making a new one. So, you know, it's almost like finding your partner, no? Because it's like it's one of the most difficult things. I'm not married, but here, really trying to find a great partner to a great, greatly known building, because typically the extension happens over the span of like 50 years, but here the extension is happening in like 15 years after it was done. So basically we had to really make something that is compatible to the contemporariness of Sana building, but also something that really goes well with a pair. So what we did was, before even designing, we started to collect pictures, just pictures of a relationship that looks kind of interesting and meaningful, or with attention. For example, this Marina Abramovich with her ex-husband, and this something like this, or this is like one is highly infrastructural and one is a rocket. So anyway, before we designed, we basically collected these kind of interesting relationships that will actually work, I think, how the outcome was. So the stack was exactly the same because it was almost cloning. We leveled all the levels together, so it's like seamlessly connected. But what's different is here, we made this kind of public face, this kind of flexible space, vertical flexible space, gathering space in front that really kind of creates more seamless vertical transportation, but also a new face to the whole complex. So again, similar to the Buffalo example, you have provided a gallery space which is quite efficient, but around it there's a kind of space that people can improvise and do community engagement. So this is the outcome. There's a setback to preserve the existing terrace of Sana building. And this is a section, one is highly connected and one is kind of independent shape. One is really vertical and one is really promoting the horizontal. This is one of the pictures we collected in the beginning, really true story. So you can see how the verticality and horizontality in balance, in the perfect balance. And then this is the end of the terminus of Prince Street. So we also made a plaza here for the public art. The stair continues as a gallery space, but also almost like an extension of Soho activity. And the galleries are connected. At the very top, there is a event space and educational space that looks back towards the Prince Street. So here the red is basically a given, but the blue is a found space. It was never in the brief. So for us, the observation of this kind of changing activity of the museum is reflected to the museum design, and we think this is maybe pushing the typology of the museum a little bit forward. Lastly, I have 30 seconds. So OMA, New York, I've been running the New York office and delivering really all kinds of diverse projects. And we released a book, a monograph, last year called Search Term, which was really trying to also actually look at yourself and observe yourself. So here, obsessive observation, but observational obsessions. Almost like a combination of my life looking at Google search and the PowerPoint together. So with one is with a narrative and one with a kind of themed group of images. So all the images, there are 5,000 images in the book, and it shows all the narrative and all the kind of iteration of the process of each project. And this is the entire page. And there are some comments like, this preoccupation is worth the most post-rationalization, etc. The game changer, the word game changer, what do you guys think? Because I was very interested in game changer because it's such a kind of buzzword. We checked quickly. This is the interesting game changer. Architecture has zero interest. You see on the red. Technology has the most. Health has the most. You can see architecture goes up a little bit on 2007, but since then, zero. So I think architecture, though, I like the fact that it's actually kind of slow and don't really rely on this kind of buzzword. And game changing is not so easy. So for me, game changing could be a worse effect, not just always better. So for me, as an architect, like looking at this kind of different interviews that we conducted for the monograph, we think we as an architect should be not a game changer, or could be a game changer, but game exchanger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sohei. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful insight, and thanks for sharing.
Next up, we'll be exploring the power of design, how the power in design can enhance public spaces, foster new community growth, and inspire change for the greater good.
So we'll see you in a bit.
How can architecture contribute to a better world? Join us for a panel discussion as we explore the realm of designing for the public good and discover how dull spaces are transformed into vibrant, interactive public spaces that serve the greater good. Jill Von Dis and 20 years of experience in urban planning and facade design. With a holistic approach to architecture, he lectures at the Hong Kong Polytechnic University School of Design and the University of Architecture, Public Space, and Sustainable Design. As a TEDx Teen How woman speaker, her work focuses on creating engaging experiences that stimulate public engagement to enrich communities.
Stockton, a Hong Kong-based Belgian architect and founder and director of BEAU Architects. Irene Chang, co-founder and design principal of HIR Studios.
And moderating this panel discussion is Christopher DeVolt, managing editor of Zolima CityMag. Please join us in welcoming the panel, Designing for Public Good, curated by Zolima CityMag.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm very pleased to have Gilles and Irene here with me. We'd like to save as much time as possible for a little chat after the presentation, so let's get straight into Gilles' presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we were already kind of introduced at the beginning of this, but we are BO Architects. We're an office in Hong Kong for almost 10 years. We've been working on a lot of cultural projects like exhibition, art galleries. Recently, we also expanded a bit the scale and typology. We completed a tower on King's Road. We also, that you can see here on the left, we also recently completed a 6th-floor art gallery, which is actually an adaptive reuse of a typical Tonglo, 6th-floor Tonglo in Hong Kong. Adaptive reuse is also becoming something very important for us. But I don't want to talk about that today. I will talk about the project at the center, which is actually called Oasis. This is a public space at Tycoon Prison Yard. You know Tycoon, it's the former prison that has been transformed into a cultural hub by Herzog de Meuron. And a couple of years ago, they did an invited competition because they wanted to revitalize the prison yard. They were thinking there was not enough life in that space for many reasons. And actually, we won the competition not by providing a design. They were like, the brief was actually quite well done. There was a lot of things like they were talking about movable platforms or lightings and so on. But we didn't provide a design per se. We provided a method. And for example, the drawings that you see on the left are the kind of typical analysis that we provided them with to explain like what were the areas that were used, the ones that were underused, the way that people were using, the flow, the circulation was obvious or not, and so on and so on. And in the end, this is what generated the design that you see on the right. Along with that, there were also pictures and videos and even sound recording. So a very thorough analysis of the context. But globally, we identified two things. We realized that there were two major issues when it comes to the prison yard. One was related to the trees themselves. There are like 4 trees that are historic trees. It's an heritage site, and everything is of importance when it comes to that. And the trees were dying. Because during the transformation, some of their roots were cut, and it was not really well resolved. And the planters also were too tiny for them to develop. And some of them even started to tilt because the roots were not sufficient to maintain them. And another problem that we identified was that the seating around these planters was kind of dysfunctional. It was a bit too close from the planters and not really allowing group interaction to happen. And these were just 2 very basic, simple things that we thought could be the starting point for a design. And as I was saying, we never really provide design per se. We are not really interested in concept. We are not really interested in shapes or forms. It's more about a process and a kind of progressive resolution of the things that we identify through context analysis. And this is what gave on the right the result. And you can see the only thing in the end that we did was provide larger planters. It could sound like almost very simple, but actually that was kind of two birds, one stone. The larger planters were helping the trees to survive, but also we made them very wide. So people could use them in various ways, like generating group interaction. Even you could lie on it, even if there's a curve, the width is so generous that people can lie and get a nap on that. So as I was saying, the idea is not to generate a design which is inspired by any formal precondition. Here you can see on the drawing, everything is actually just a round planter which is centered on the tree trunk, and that's all. The combination of these three rounds is actually purely accidental in a way. The result itself is not very important. Of course, we're designers, we're architects, so we always try to make the result look good, but globally that was kind of a plant-centric generated design in a way. You can see also in this project, you see on the drawing on the top left, you see some of the previous planters. The little dotted lines are actually the previous things. There were also heritage elements that we try to preserve because this is an heritage site. So on the right, what you see in pink is actually a model of an heritage table that we had to relocate. And we had to convince the client, but also AMO, Office, Antique and Monument Office, that it was okay to move that table and even actually provide better conditions. So we tested with a scale 1-to-1 mock-up, tried to put it under the shades of the trees to get better seating conditions. There is something very important about that project. It's the materialization. We always try to articulate our project around three things. The first one is context analysis. The second one is the process development. The third one is the way that we built it. And here we were super interested in reusing materials that were available because Jockey Club, actually the owner of Tycoon, they have under the Châtine racecourse, they have an entire storage, giant storage that you can see top left of the slide, where they have all these material from the original prison, like things dating from like the 19th century, stones, doors, everything. And because we had to make these planters in concrete, I will explain after why, we kind of had no choice. We were a bit questioning ourselves, how can we reduce the impact in terms of material, because concrete is bad. So we decided to use the stones that were available from the historic building and to mix it instead of having new aggregates. Okay, so let's be honest, in concrete, the aggregates are not the most the worst part. The worst part is cement, but that's still a little gesture. And beyond that, that's anyway not the only idea. The idea after was once we broke these stones in multiple small pieces and that we mix it to the concrete, the treatment of the concrete itself, we needle gunned the side, which was echoing the treatment that Herzog de Meuron did for all the rest, but we polished the top surface. This is what you can see on the picture on the right. And then suddenly all these stones, all these colors, they started to reveal themselves. And they were blending in the context because, of course, they're coming from there. So it kind of makes sense also, in a way, this is promoting the idea of cultural sustainability, of merging with the context as in the as smooth as possible way. I will not elaborate too much, but to do that, to be able to use these stones, we had to somehow, I wouldn't say trick the building department, but find a way to go around the regulation. Because the regulation, when you use concrete in Hong Kong, you can use only a mix which is pre-approved by building department, including for the aggregates. So the way that we did that, we actually built a smaller curb, which was considered structural and sufficient to resist the pressure, and the rest of the concrete in green that you see on the bottom right picture is the concrete made with the recycled stone, and it's just considered, statically speaking, as the ballast which is helping this structural part approved to resist. So this is how it looks like after the completion. You can see what we really like about this project is, in a way, the austere, discrete way it's kind of coming within its context. Again, Tycoon, the prison yard, is a building with a lot of past and a lot of weight when it comes to the past. After all, this is a place where prisoners were and even sometimes executed. So you cannot do a design which is maybe too expressive or let's say too funky. So for us, the idea of having something very quiet, just creating an horizontal momentum, saving the trees, providing better seating was already sufficient. During the development of the process, we participated in 2 workshops with people of the neighborhood. They were not organized by us. We're not specialists. There are people that are very good at that. And it's kind of interesting to see how they were discussing, debating, and proposing a solution for that space. On the bottom left, you can see that people were looking for different ways of seating. They even made a kind of mock-up of that. And on the right, you can see for the other part of the project, the lower hall, people were suggesting kind of pocket spaces that were looking like washing machine barrels, because this is where the prisoners used to wash their clothes. Okay, so that can sound kind of funny and a bit naive, but what we had to do at that stage was to translate, right? When you see all these seating possibilities, you can provide multiple seating possibilities just by having something very simple, as long as it's big enough and so on. These are the round planters. And for the bottom part, for the lower hall, which is the second part of the intervention, we created these pocket spaces. If you can recognize this idea of having like this semicircular subspace within the grid system of the columns. But instead of making them perforated like the washing machine barrel, we use plants. And we put 240 plants in pots in that space, which suddenly gave a lot of vivacity to the space itself. And we completed it with the most simple, obvious, mundane furniture. You can see them on the picture too. And people started to use the space. And for us, that's also very important. It's the idea of appropriation. That is, we don't like to predefine too much the functions. We let the people take what is there and do whatever they want with it. And I will conclude with a picture again of this. So this is the result after transformation. And I guess it's kind of successful. People are coming there. Now there are also like some chairs, like in the Jardin du Luxembourg in Paris. That's also something that we suggested, which is helping to increase the flexibility in terms of usage. And that's basically it, right on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gilles. Now, before we get to Irene's presentation, we actually paid a visit to her studio and put together a little video. So we're going to watch the video, and then Irene will get straight into her presentation.
Hi, my name is Irene Chang. I'm the co-founder and the design principal of the HIR studio. Our design approach is very human-centric. We've been sculpting experiences around people, around the public, and we put people and public into perspective to create a space that belongs to them. Recently, we have completed the Omnithopter, an interactive kinetic installation that was located at the Tema Park, together with 2 bicycles. The motion of the flapping wings is controlled by the motion of the paddling visitors. So they're not only interacting with the wings itself, but they're also interacting with the environment, because the flapping wings was casting flickering shadows and light from the sun above it. And that's the element of surprise. I think one of the game-changing design that we've done at our studio was the recycled plastic bench that we've completed in year 2020. We were inspired by the ripples of the river, and when we're trying to research a little bit deeper into the river itself, we found that plastic waste was actually a big problem. That's why we came up with this idea of recycling the plastic waste from Shatin and creating the benches there. We've involved the public at the beginning of the project by collecting public waste, so they are contributing towards the project in terms of the material, in terms of the construction. At another level, we also want to interact people in terms of how they will influence our artwork. Game changer means someone who is able to identify a problem and find a unique solution. We consider a lot in terms of how we produce the plastic bench, the details, the texture, the color, and also how we put them all together. And I think that's down to craftsmanship. I would like to be able to co-create a building together with the public, to draw inspiration from them at the start, to be able to have conversations with the local communities, to come up with something that truly belongs to them, and then I'll become the agent of change. Recently, we've been working with the Housing Bureau and the Housing Authority to rejuvenate 10 public housing estates. We're trying to sculpt the spaces around the user experience, how they use the space, what kind of events and they carry out in those empty spaces, and maybe how they would like to socialize with their friends, with their neighbors. The purpose of the studio is to design things that I'm not able to do in corporate architecture, that we look into very specific human experience that would be able to allow true interaction and conversation with the public. We feel that being able to create spaces that people would be able to interact and engage them, it feels really satisfied.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for having me today. So from the video, you understand that sculpting experiences around people is the key aspiration of my studio's work. I personally have started my first decade of early career working on mega-sized buildings and super tall skyscrapers. And the image you see here is the project that inspired me to move away from the mega-size and into human scale. This is the first public installation that I did. It allows the public to be able to experience interactive lighting and sound effects. And witnessing the reaction of the public, it actually inspired me to continue to explore human interaction and user experiences in the human scale. And it prompted my team to start and begin to look into exploring different ways that we can interact with the public. And at the beginning of our journey, we try to interact with the public through collaboration. We involved the public's participation at the loop in the beginning of the loop of our design. When we started to think about the design for the upgrade of this town hall, we asked how can we bring this kind of interaction into this public space? And we found the answer to the question from Shatin's trash. We came up with the idea of collecting plastic waste from the public and recycle them to make them into plastic benches, something that are functional and unique to the community. And we collected about 20,000 pieces of household plastics through community collection events. And the initiative became a demonstration to the public on how we can apply circularity in the Hong Kong context. And we managed to complete the loop by connecting the dots of the different parties. And the texture of the plastic bench is enriched by the history of the material, as well as it is engraved with the people's stories. And it is also very flexible in terms of its construction because there are no glues and no metal fixings, which means that they can be taken apart very easily. It can be reconfigured into different lengths. It can also be very easily recycled at the end of its lifetime. It could be infinitely recycled. And through the public's participation, we try to empower the public so that they can contribute to the social and environmental impacts to their own community. And we also love to have conversation. We speak and we listen to people. Public engagement is a very integral part in the public space design that we work on in our studio. And And on some of our children's library design, we carry out quantitative survey to collect data for us to analyze. And we also spend time in the library sitting with the children, chatting and also drawing with them. And at this library, we met a 10-year-old girl who told us that her mom was actually working at a wet market within the same municipality building. And she told us that she would spend most of her time almost every day in this library. And so to her, the library is not only a place for her to read books or to browse books, but it's also a place for her to study, to do her homework, to socialize, to meet new friends, to have fun, to play, and also just to rest. So through understanding the habits and the needs of this very specific group of users within the community, we designed a very flexible library within this very tiny shoebox. We've created a very vibrant ambience. We've created these tunnels and routes, which are, just tall enough for children to pass through. And we've also provided a variety of seatings, which would allow the children to choose whichever way they would like to read books or they would like to use the space. And we also like to make connection. We like to connect with people through interactive, real-time interaction and connect the people to the environment. The form and the mechanism of this project, the Omnithopter, is inspired by the flying machine. The pair of flapping wings is controlled by a pair of bicycles at the bottom, and the speed of the wings correspond with the speed of the paddler. The interweaving fins, they converge and diverge periodically, like they are dancing and singing to the rhythm of the moving gears at the back. So the paddler will slowly, gradually realize that he's actually controlling the surrounding environment around him in real time. The pair of wings cantilever from the structure to provide shading above a stage and a platform. So people could gather around, they could sit on the platform, maybe do some performance, or they could hop onto the bike, or they could simply sit on the platform and enjoy the showering shadows that were casted by the moving fins. So in this project, we are trying to create a very intimate conversation between the user and the space. We want to connect human emotion with the artwork's motion. And at night, the lighting effect of the artwork resonates with the city skyline. And through the artwork, the people will be able to connect to the rhythm of the city.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have... give it up for Gilles and Irene. So we have a bit of time for a conversation, and the reason we invited both of you is both of your practices are very conscientious. You are very aware of the specific environmental, social, cultural contexts in which you work. And I think that is revealed in the spaces that you design. But of course, you both take slightly different approaches to get to a similar place, I think. And that's something I wanted to explore, and maybe we could start with the idea of human-centric design. Irene, you were talking about how you started your career working on these enormous projects, skyscrapers, things like that. For you, what is human-centric design, and how do you achieve that in your work now?
I think for us, human-centric design is very central to the work that we do at my studio. We always, at the back of our mind, consider public interest, how we can provide the optimal experience and also optimal environment for the public. So we do that through 3 different approaches. We collaborate with them. We involve them in the process by inviting them to contribute materials to the project. And also we have conversation with the public, as well as making connection through interactive design. And I think we do that especially carefully when we're having conversation, doing public engagement with the public. And we will try to understand the culture and the historical background of the community to make sure that we're asking the right questions, we're approaching them with the correct manner, and also we use different tools cater for the specific group of target, to be able to really invite them to contribute their ideas to us, so that it's like a two-way conversation between the designer and the public.
Gilles, I know you have some reservations about the at least the concept human-centric. So can you tell us a bit about that?
No, I of course support the idea of human-centric, and when I hear Irene talking about it, I can only agree about absolutely everything. But I think just like every notion or like every motto, we also have to at some point take it a bit critically and be careful what it could induce or not. And for example, when we were designing these planters at Tycoon, it was a mix between human needs but also the nature needs, and somehow we should not forget that there are other stakeholders, I'm tempted to say, that sometimes could even have priority upon what we human need. I'm thinking about a landscape designer like Basmet. He would say, I create an ecosystem, and then the human needs come. And of course, we have to find a balance between the two. So I'm just saying, let's be careful, let's not forget the rest. The second aspect is like, when we hear human-centric, we should also be careful not hearing like, human fantasy or human whatever I want is okay. So it's about reducing our demand in terms of design. Do we need something else? Do we need that much building? Do we need another thing like this, another like that? And it's also ultimately related to this question of comfort or post-comfort or after comfort. Like, do we really need all these things to be happy, right? And I'm talking, for example, I don't know, AC, like we could reduce the amount of AC, just remove a layer, or on the contrary, if it's not warm enough, just add one more layer. So sometimes as human, we also have maybe to question our own demands and what we expect from design or architecture. That's what I mean, like, let's be a bit careful about human-centric and what it means.
So, Irene, you have this process of public engagement. You mentioned co-creation even. So how do you balance, what Gilles is saying, the role of the designer, of the architect, as an intermediary with the public and their ideas about things and what they express their needs to you? What do you see your role there as, or an architect's role generally?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Gilles was saying. So, in terms of the input from the public, there are two levels. There are the quantitative input, which can be very easily translated. There are data that could be very easily interpreted and translated to our design. And there are also the descriptive inputs, which, what Gilles was talking about, what they want, why do they want that? But I think it is, as a designer, as a professional, the important question to ask during the engagement process is not asking them what do they want, but it's asking about why do you need such and such and such. Because we want to understand the question. We want to try to understand what's the question that they're trying to that had caused the answer they've given us. We want to understand the reasoning behind it. We want to understand the emotion behind their wants, so that we will identify the problem, and as designers, we are problem solvers, so we use our knowledge to solve the problem, and that will be able to respond to that emotion and reasonings.
I mean, part of that is sort of what Gilles was saying also about there being more than just human needs. And both of your practices are quite environmentally conscious. I think in your presentations you touched on that, but there's a lot of depth that is behind what you touched on. What are some of the ways that you balance human needs with environmental needs, and they're intertwined, of course. But what do you do in your practices that really reduces the impact that you have on the natural environment?
Okay, maybe I'll start with that. As I was saying, we kind of always have the same approach. We call it first analysis of context, but it's also including humans and other things, and it's trying to basically question the brief. What do you need and how much do you need and so on. I've already said that with an objective of reduction. After all, that's the first step, right? Making less is already contributing. It's not necessarily about making whatever and then trying to correct it, but making less is already a good step. And then after, when it comes to to materials. On our side, it's about using things as simple as possible. I mean, it sounds a bit simple to say it like that, but we almost never use anything really custom made. Everything is readily available, off the shelf, whatever. And something that we have also started to develop progressively through the year is this idea of reversibility. I've heard it already this morning, like things that can be dismountable, eventually transportable, reused, another way adapted. Basically, we try to inscribe our projects in a series of transformation, especially in Hong Kong, right? You're not building out of nowhere. You're always elaborating on something, and that something will become the stepping stone for something else later. So there are strategies in architecture to do that.
Mm-hmm. And Irene, what about your practice?
From the recycled plastic projects, a couple of recycled plastic projects that we've done, we've learned so much from the process about waste management, about the opportunities, and also from the hiccups of our experiences, the limitations of the material and the manufacturing process. But we feel that as designers, with all this knowledge, there's so much that we can do. First of all, in our design, we consider the circularity of our design product. We take a cradle-to-cradle approach. Like we consider the source of the material, where do they come from? Do they actually come from genuine source? We also think about how they're all put together. And most importantly, when they are taken apart, are we able to put them back into the resource loop? And also, like Gilles was saying, that we have to think about the flexibility that we create in our design, that whether we are able to, relocate it, reuse it in other contexts. And also, because there's so little we can do in this aspect, I think what we try to do is by involving the public in the green design process, we can empower them to contribute to their society, and that helps to amplify the work that we're doing as designers.
So we have about a minute and a half left, and I wanted to touch on this this idea of public good. It's a bit broad. It's a fluid concept. How do you interpret that? Well, when you're thinking about designing for public good, what does that mean to you, if it means anything?
Cheers.
Okay, that's really a tricky question.
And you have 30 seconds to answer.
Yeah. Okay. So that will be the 30 seconds answer. I think. Personally, I mean, as a group, as an office, what we're trying to do is design the simplest thing as possible that can give as much as possible to the people. That means like providing them with things they can deal with. Like we really like this idea of appropriation. I always take the example of Central Park versus Brooklyn Park, right? Central Park being very design and like basically directive in the way that you can use it, and the Brooklyn Park, which is a giant lawn with basically nothing. And I still think that there is more life on this one than on the other. So for us, public good, we interpret it as like, we'll give you something and do whatever you want with it. That's a bit like our answer to that.
And Irene?
Oh, yes, very quickly. I think it's to have, like I said, have the back of my mind. We have to design considering the public interest of the wider community, and whether we are improving the well-being in general for everyone.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Thanks to the audience for being here. And yeah, that wraps everything up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our entire panel for such an engaging discussion. And thank you, Chris, for moderating.
Thank you so much. And next up, we will have a power talk sharing on how to rise above challenges and create architectural landmarks in cities already filled with iconic structures. Please stay tuned. And now we will invite Engineer Dr. Edward Chan, Deputy General Manager of Project Management 2, Department of Henderson Land Development Company Limited, to host a power talk on the Henderson story.
It is a story of how to stand out in a skyline filled with landmarks. And Engineer Dr. Chan tackled the challenge head-on. It reminds us that imagination and innovation can lead to architectural excellence and a new paradigm of smart green buildings.
Let's welcome Dr. Chan.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitations from the Hong Kong Design Center. It's my great honor to come to the beautiful stage in the West Kowloon Cultural District. Today, I'm going to talk about a building. Yes, this building. A new project in Central, and will be a new icon of Hong Kong. The name is the Henderson. Probably some of you may remember the history of the site. It was a multi-story car park. When you get off from the parking lot, you can get into many central or MOT destinations simply by footbridges. And there is another history, maybe some also remember. On the top 3 floors, it was the former ICAC headquarters. So if someone has to be investigated, they have to turn into the circular driveway and then pass through the big metal sliding door and then go to the investigation room. But anyway, whatever is the history, the site is at the entrance of Central. Connectivity is one of the distinct features of the site. You can see there are a lot of footbridges connecting to 4 directions. And there are many big brothers or big boys around us. And many of those buildings are sharp-edged, maybe strong and solid architectural expressions. And other distinct features of the site is we have a permanent greenery around us. Just like in our opposite is a Trader Garden. Just downstairs is the Lambert Walk West Garden. And other opposite is the Hong Kong Park. So you can imagine it will be an urban oasis, because we are going to have more and more vertical and horizontal greenery in our sites connecting with the surrounding. So we are expecting the site will be a breathing zone in the CBD. And the presentation today, I'm going to talk, is mainly focused on one topic, rising about challenges. I'm going to share with you some challenges we identified in the design stage till now, because we are now in the final stage of construction work. And when we talk about challenges, of course, we also think about the opportunities, in particular for innovations. So we are talking about just not just the hardware or software, and also how is the optimization of the building operations throughout the building life cycle, and also how to enhance our customer service. So the photo, what you are seeing is from our lower zone. What will be in the lower zone will be our main lobby connecting to the footbridges, cafe, and also office floor. The lowest 4th floor, that is the low zone, will be the new office of the new Asia headquarters of the world-leading auction house, Christie's. They are coming into our building, and such that they are going to have year-round activities inside the building to align with the time zone of their London and also New York office, and also. Yes, and also because in 2020, our company has already established new set of sustainability strategies. So they are green for planet, innovation for future, and value for people, and endeavor for communities. That's why we will have another set of challenge, because we have to fulfill our company policies. This is the most expensive land in terms of land premium per square feet of gross floor area, both in the local and the global records. So we are thinking what we have to be do for the sites. We have 4 dimensions. The first one, we have to be good for Hong Kong, and now that one is good for people, and also good for our company, and also good for our customer, and probably you are the future customers. And also we think about this into 2 dimensions. One is external dimension and internal dimensions. About external one, of course, the fundamental one is the aesthetic consideration and also functional considerations. So that's why you can see the curvature and also the shape of the building. I can tell you at the fairly early stage of the project, when we get the land in our pocket, and we come across with 5 rounds of selection and shortlisting process. And finally, we get Saha, the architect, into our project team to be our design architect. The engagement actually is come from the constructions, come from the concept design stage to the project implementation. The reason behind is that we have to make sure the concept design can be carried forward till the end of the project. That means that when we see the completed building, it's the same as what from the original design concept. That is what we are doing. And other considerations are the connectivities. And also the communities. Maybe I talk to you another slide because I have another slide talking about creativities. And when we talk about the building form, we have too many ideas at the beginning. Of course, talking about the aesthetic, we should have more imaginations. So we come together with the whole team. Finally, we take Bohemia flower bud as the focus of our design concept. The design concept is actually evolved from that. The reason behind is Bohemia is representing Hong Kong, and the flower bud is telling we are going to inject to bring new energy for Hong Kong. So that's why we do it in this way. And of course, some people may ask at the beginning of the projects, are we going, as a property developers, are we going to provide a long list of design requirement or design brief to our design team? We can say it's not really. We have 2 requests to our project team, including architect and also other engineering consultants. The first request from us is we have to build a new icon for Hong Kong, and properly being selected as the icon and so in the postcard representing Hong Kong. That is the first request. It sounds a bit intangible, such requirement. The second one is we have to build the building as a new and global showcase of a sustainable building. Maybe those details we'll talk about later. Maybe we go to have a video first.
Similar to a flower bud, the building consists out of several volumes. Its organic and flowing form create a visual connection to Charter Garden. So by lifting the volume up above the ground, we were able to continue the garden below it and create a new urban oasis.
In order to create a blossom-like build form, 6 mega columns and 1 side core are designed to create unique shapes and form. No one has ever tried to build a high-rise building with such a long span column-free floor space.
Our side core arrangement allows us to maximize daylight and views, and at the same time create a very large and very flexible office floor plate.
Okay, let's move forward to other challenges of the sites. The first one is connectivity. I just mentioned we are going to build some new footbridges connecting to Central and MOT MTR station. Will be another user experience. And other one is to beautify the surrounding environment. Just like I just mentioned about the Lambert Walk West Garden, before renovation and revitalization, the usage is very low because the garden, I can say, is like a landlocked site, so it's difficult to get access into. We are going to convert the garden into an arts park and going to have installation art and some digital art in the new garden, and we are expecting, together with our unusual landscape design, we are expecting the size of the garden will be another new spotlight in Central. Let's go to other challenges in this project. I just mentioned, apart from we have to do the project good for Hong Kong, we have to be a placemaker, make a good place for work and also for collaboration. In particular, after COVID, everyone go back to office. It's not just a work and work in the room or table. They are asking for more collaboration, interactions, and also communications in the building. So we have to make a place in this way. But how do we make it and get the whole team together, align the visions? Is I can tell you a hint. At the beginning of the project, we engage all the consultant teams together, including architect, consultants, engineers together. No matter it's a senior management or junior staff, they can come together in the workshop. We get external facilitator to run the workshop. They all have a say to those ideas for this building. Finally, we identify some features. There are some of the features, just like well-being. We are talking about could be physical and psychological health, and also climate change. Everyone talk about it today, and also extreme weather, and also adaptable technologies. And another aspect is for us and also for our customer. The land I just mentioned is so expensive. So first of all, we have to make it commercially viable and also profitable. That is because we are a commercial enterprise. Otherwise, we cannot sustain our business. The second area is going to the global aspects. We are asking our consultants to fulfill relevant aspects in the UN SDGs, and coming to the Hendersons become our attendants. Most likely is a like-minded in ESG. So we step forward and we establish a ESG partnership program and engage our attendants together in the ESG journey for the building. And I just talked about the external and going into internal dimension, going to talk about the content and the context. Of course, because we are talking about, we acquired the land in 2017 and 2018, but built for the tomorrow. So one of the design approach we ask is to build a future-proof design. So make sure what we are going to do in the design stage is suit for the future. Of course, there are many scientific input through the process, because even though we are talking about, from the aesthetic of build form is so beautiful, the building envelope is so smooth, but how is the content and the context inside? We have to make it more robust and scientific, with a sufficient scientific foundation behind. So we identify 5 themes for the whole project, for the whole team to follow. That is a work together, come from the brainstorming workshop. The first one is the green one is a green building. The blue one is a healthy building, and also smart building, and also better resilient infrastructure because of climate change and also extreme weather. And also we expect to have outperformed hospitality. I just want to take one example. Is this building already received 2 healthy building accreditations. One is a US WELL standard, and another is a China healthy building standards. Through the standard, we identify 10 numbers of key design elements relating to the health and well-being. For example, just like contactless pathway, we are talking about if the staff or the visitors, they can come into the building from the main entrance through the turnstile, lift, and to the office interior without touching of any of the surface inside the building. Or we have air purification and even extra fresh air. And of course, there are many and many more features. I'm not going to talk about the details, but it can be represented by another 5 accreditations in green building and smart building. But I wish to highlight one point is smart building and smart infrastructure is extremely important nowadays, because even though we have so many good hardware and so many people work together, but how to improve the efficiency or effectiveness or make it more interactive, we have to bring into smart technology into this building. You saw we have many innovations bring into the projects. But if we are simply talk about innovation, can be any. But in our case, we try to put some innovations into together with some scientific foundations, and finally get the patents. So in this moment, we have already obtained 3 numbers of patents for this project. But of course, we are expecting those patent innovative system to be used in our other projects. Just like this example is a solar responsive ventilator, is a SLV. You can imagine just if you're sitting beside the curtain wall. In particular, our building, the main facade is facing the west. The solar radiation coming to the interior. If you are sitting beside, you will feel uncomfortable. You have a solution, is turn the air conditioning cooler and more airflow, but obviously more energy wastage. That is not what we are expecting to do. So the project team designed a small air cushions just behind the embedded behind the transom of the curtain wall. So it will create a localized air movement and become the air cushions to improve the thermal sensation of the tenant individuals. And you can see the dynamic curvature of the building. The main reasons is because we have many double curve and also single curve curtain wall panels, and with 4 pliers of glass and plus thermal insulating membrane and also air gap and also anti-reflective coatings. Because of the curvature of the glass, it will create image distortion. That's why we have also something like that. Maybe look at a video talking about the technology behind.
The unique spandrel-less facade of the Henderson is comprised of 4,080 pieces of glass panels with over 1,000 types of curvature. These oversized double-curved glass panels require the latest advancements in glass fabrication technology and undergoes meticulous QA and QC processes, including analytic 3D scanning before finally arriving on site in Hong Kong to be installed. From unboxing of the glass, final visual inspection and cleaning, applying of a UV protection film, mounting on the manipulator, then finally lifting it to frame and fixing, nothing has been taken lightly by the contractor. The advantage of this kind of job-specific detail is that it enables even the smallest refinement of glass positioning within the whole of the glass wall system, which calls for a high degree of precision and accuracy.
Okay, we just saw something physical. I'm going to talk about something intangible. Digital twin is one of the hot topics nowadays. Of course, we are talking about building. Many people talk about building structure or building hardware. But in fact, what we are looking for in this moment, of course, apart from mobile apps or other visualizations, and also even optimize workflow. And there are two core elements in our building, talking about the digital twin and also smartness. One is for the building operation focus, and other one is for tenant experience focus. So that's why one is called digital twin, is mainly focused on the building, all connected with all hardware and systems. Another one is how to engage our tenant, have a smart experience. That is the integrated tenant experience platform we call Archetypes. And of course, extended from the two systems. They are working hand in hand, but of course, extended from them will be smart mobile app and also ESG and energy analytic, wellness program, and also just like waste management and other smart feature, and also AI robotics, something like that. And one of the another topic nowadays is how to advance the net zero. Just like Hong Kong, we have the target is 2050. We have to achieve carbon zero. Of course, we are not a power company. We cannot control what they are using, fossil fuel or renewable energy. But we can do what we can do. Just like our building, of course, our building E&M system should be highly energy efficient. And our tenants are also conscious in green practice. So they have a green fit out guide and have a good practice in the future. What is the missing gap between is how is the practice or green practice of our tenant individual? Because there will be over 1,000 people working in this building. How is their energy consumption? So that's why last year we decided to establish a new scheme, is a called tri-party ESG partnership program. The program is not just get involved our tenant company, also get involved all tenant individual staff. So in the program will be long-lasting throughout the building life cycle. We are expecting to do it, and there will be four main areas. One is carbon neutrality, another one is health and well-being, another one is integrated culture, and the fourth one is something we always emphasize is partnership for good. We are expecting tenant company and us are working together for the program. In the reality, we have more and more innovations and features in the building. I may find another chance talking to you. And the building is going to be completed early this year. So I hope you enjoyed the story of the Henderson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen, for sharing the Henderson story. Thank you. And to empower others to rise above challenges.
Next up, we will be hearing from industry leaders on designing for sustainable futures.
So in this session, we will cover how to design sustainable future and the innovative approaches from Hong Kong. Our speakers include Sophie Chapman, co-founder and COO of EcoBricks Limited, followed by Naman Tikiwal, co-founder and chief operating officer of Beer Limited, and Jacqueline Chak, co-founder and director of Agriculture.
They will share a journey of indigenous application of circular economy principles, resource efficiency, and the art of upcycling. Please join us in welcoming the session, Designing for Sustainable Futures, Innovative Approaches from Hong Kong, presented by Oval Partnership Limited. Let's welcome our first speaker on stage, Sophie Chapman.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Today, I'm going to talk to you about my journey with EcoBricks and our approach to a circular economy. I co-founded EcoBricks in 2020 with the vision of tackling the plastic waste crisis and finding a solution for plastic waste that does not typically get recycled. In this modern day of advanced technologies, we have solutions for just about anything. And yet the global plastic recycling rate sits below 10%. Surely that's not the best we can do. So what is EcoBricks, and how do we address this issue? We are a sustainable concrete brick manufacturer. We produce industrial-grade concrete bricks and blocks made with local waste, and we follow a circular economy model. We only take local waste from Hong Kong. We produce all of our bricks here in Hong Kong. And trust me, setting up a factory in Hong Kong is not easy. And our bricks are used in local projects. Then the final piece of the circular model that's often forgotten is the end life of our own product. We can take all of our bricks back at the end of their 15, 20-year lifespan and recycle them 100% back into new bricks. And we can only do that because we produce locally. So how are we more sustainable? We replace the natural aggregates in concrete, like sand and gravel, with local plastic waste and construction waste. We also greatly reduce the carbon footprint of our bricks by replacing cement with industrial byproducts. So not only do we reduce the demand for diminishing natural resources like sand, we're also able to provide a very unique recycling solution for local waste, particularly plastic waste. So that brings me to plastic recycling and why countries around the globe are finding it challenging to get above that 10% recycling rate. As you can see here, Hong Kong's plastic recycling rate is 11%, and over 2,300 tons of plastic waste enters our landfills every single day. The reason behind the low recycling rate is actually relatively simple. It's down to the economics. There's not enough demand in the end market for that recycled plastic to justify the cost of processing it. If you think about it, there's thousands of different types of plastic in the world. We tend to simplify it into just 7 types when we talk about plastic recycling, but that's so far from the reality. End manufacturers of goods using plastic have very strict criteria on the characteristics of their plastic: flexibility, food grade, strength, BPA-free. To take mixed plastic from municipal waste and sort and separate it down to the level required by those end manufacturers takes an enormous amount of processing and costs. That's why traditional recyclers typically focus on just a few types: the ones with the highest end market price and the largest volumes. Think food-grade PET and HDPE. For most of the remaining plastic, it's not that it can't technically be recycled. It can, but it's not financially viable to do so. The end market price for that plastic is not high enough to justify the cost of processing it. So that's where we come in. We do have a use for that 89% of plastic that's not currently being recycled. Because we're coming from a completely different angle and challenging the way that waste plastic is currently being managed. we're not looking to turn plastic back into plastic. By using it rather in concrete bricks, we're able to upcycle a much wider range of plastics. In fact, we can upcycle all 7 types of plastic, including mixed and composite plastics. Because we don't need the recycled plastic to have the same chemical composition as virgin plastic. We don't need to sort it out by color. We're also not competing with existing recyclers for that higher grade plastic that is being recycled. In fact, we work with existing recyclers, and we're able to help each other. They already collect the waste plastic, wash, sort, separate it as part of their existing process. But by virtue of doing that, they're left with a large amount of plastic that they don't have a home for. The stuff is not worth separating out further. We can take that from them and recycle it into our bricks. So we're able to leverage a lot of the logistics and processing that's already being done and directly increase recycling rates by focusing on that plastic that's not otherwise being recycled. We affectionately see ourselves as the bottom feeders, or being at the bottom of the funnel. We are that last line of defense before the plastic enters our landfills or the natural environment. Now, I'm sure you're wondering just how much plastic we can upcycle into our bricks. If I take a simple football pitch, for example, one single football pitch of our paving bricks can upcycle 143 tons of plastic waste. It's a meaningful amount. Since this is Business of Design Week, let me talk about design for a minute. Design played a huge role in how we built our product and business model, but probably not for the reason you'd think. We purposely designed our product to be as close to the conventional product as possible. In order to have a large impact and have a large-scale solution for plastic waste, we needed to have an end product with large-scale demand, concrete. But the challenge with innovating in the construction sector is that it's notoriously averse to change and slow to adopt new practices and products, or at least it used to be. With good reason, okay? There are regulations and industry standards in place that ensure the quality of the infrastructure around us and are what allow us to build so efficiently and with the confidence that what's being built will stand the test of time. But so with that, we had the driving pillars of eco-bricks. Our bricks needed to be concrete, a material that the construction sector is very familiar with. In fact, the most used man-made material in the world. Our bricks needed to be tested and certified to the same industry standards as their conventional counterparts. But we would make them more sustainable. So that's exactly what we've done. We set up a pilot facility in 2021 and have since had our concrete paving bricks certified to Grade A under Hong Kong civil engineering standards. We've completed numerous projects across Hong Kong to prove our bricks out in the real world. And we'll soon have an industrial scale facility, again right here in Hong Kong, where we'll be able to upcycle much more significant volumes of plastic waste. I'd like to show you a couple of projects that we've completed. Our first project was a small paving area in the Gold Coast Piazza, around 200 square meters of paving, and we upcycled 3.3 tons of plastic waste. That plastic came from the government's e-waste facility, and actually used to be old washing machines. Then our largest project to date, Olympian City, around 50,000 bricks, and we upcycled 15 tons of plastic waste. And as you can see, the eco bricks really do look just like conventional concrete paving bricks, as they were designed to. As we look to the future, we're positively encouraged by the shifting trends towards sustainability. The world's changed a lot in the past few years, even since we launched EcoBricks, and there's a huge and growing focus on sustainability and sourcing locally in the construction sector. Changing regulations, ESG reporting, Scope 3, It's all driving the need to not just source sustainable, low-carbon products, but to have the data to support those claims. We track and log all waste that comes into our facility. And we're able to provide the full tracking and reporting for both our waste management services and our end products. Now, this is becoming so important, especially as Scope 3 reporting is rolled out. By managing the full end-to-end process, from raw waste to end product, we're able to account for the full traceability of our bricks. How much waste is in them, what type of waste it is, where that waste came from. What's more, because we produce locally, our clients are able to come to our facility and see it for themselves. And they can then go out into the city and walk on the bricks themselves too. Another huge benefit of the circular model. With that, I can see I'm out of time for my 10 minutes, so I'd like to thank you all very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie. Thank you for your presentation about EcoBricks. Thank you.
Now, next up, we're going to have Naman Turkriwal, co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of Beer Limited. He's going to be sharing more approaches, sustainable approaches from Hong Kong.
Do you need the table? There's messed up. 佢係咪要台啊？係喎，佢係咪要台啊？哦，應該我第二個。呢個男人喎。係啊，第二個係呢個。想等而家就。邊啊？我先。而家台上面嗰個上錯咗，應該。I go? Oh, okay.
Just go.
Is the PowerPoint correct?
Where's the PowerPoint?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Naman Tekriwal, the co-founder and chief operating officer of Beer Limited. And what we do is that we make beer from surplus bread. Each of our beers is made with 100% bread, which was otherwise supposed to go to a landfill. Now, you may have questions: why, how, and what? Let me walk you through the journey of our beer. I was born in India, and I was raised with the value that food waste is considered to be a sin. Then I came to Hong Kong, and I saw a monumental amount of food wastage on a daily basis, and I was shocked, and I wanted to do something about this problem. That's when me and my co-founder launched Beer for the world. Now, what is Beer? Beer simply is bread plus beer. We try to target 3 sustainable development goals, which is target 8, target 12, and target 13. And we try to make food waste go away from Hong Kong and make Hong Kong and eventually the world a better place. Now, there's a video of how we actually make our beer, and then we're going to do a live mock demo here in front of you as well.
At Beer, we collect leftover and unused bread from bakeries and restaurants around Hong Kong and convert it to make our own local craft beer. We use this bread to completely replace barley in the brewing process. We involve today's youth to help assist us with this movement in the form of beer runners and volunteers and promote sustainable drinking. We want you to enjoy our beer. It tastes good, does better. So let's start with beer. Cheers.
This was Brioche. Now, in this glass, you can see that we have pieces of bread crumbed down, and what I will simply do is put hot water. It's really hot, and we'll give it its own time while I finish my presentation, and we'll come to the end of it. So the story of how we started Brioche is that 4 years ago, in my first year of university, I gave my midterm examination at 9 p.m. in the night and went to a bakery. And I saw that the baker was closing and throwing all the breads which were not sold that day in a black rubbish bag. And I asked him that, why are you throwing this? And he said that it's going to be more expensive for me to recycle this, thus the easiest way is to throw it. And I thought that, oh my God, this is a big problem. So we went back and did some research and saw that there are charities in Hong Kong which try to tackle this problem by collecting that bread and then redonating it to underprivileged people. But even after that, 30% of all bread in Hong Kong is left over. Now, how much is 30%? Hong Kong wastes 3,600 tons of food every day. And 47% of all food waste in Hong Kong is bread waste. And this has led to 3 Hong Kong landfills already exhausted, and now we need a 4th one to again fill it up with our daily waste. So we thought this is a big problem. But how do we solve it? We don't want to become another charity to just donate or redistribute the bread. And thus, we decided to fill the gap in Hong Kong with beer. Now, we are a population of 7.5 million people, but we consume 30 billion liters of beer every year, and the market's valued at over $1 billion and consistently growing at 3%. We did our market research and saw that people who were in my age group, people in the age group of 18 to 34, were the ones who were more accustomed to the idea of sustainability. They wanted to make their purchase a conscious capitalistic purchase. They're sustainability driven and they have a high spending power. And we did our market research to see that 93% of all people in this age group actually were okay or were open to the idea of drinking bread beer. And this is when we launched Brioche. Now, our value proposition was very simple. Our supply chain will be vertically integrated from bread collection to beer distribution. Everything will be taken care by us. We will preserve food, and we'll make sure that the customers don't have to pay a green premium, and thus our prices are competitive with any other product in the market. And we set out to achieve 3 specific goals or targets: that we want to monetize waste bread, we want to promote sustainable drinking, and we want to reduce CO2 emissions. Now, this is how the beer supply chain looks like. Very complicated, full of chemistry. But 3 main core ingredients in this process is 78% barley, 13% hops, and 9% yeast. And what we do is very simple. There's no rocket science behind it. It's a classroom experiment happening in front of you right now. We replace all barley with bread. Thus, 78% of the supply chain, which is basically reused and now is replaced with bread, and the entire brewing process otherwise remains the same. Now, how did we start? We were 19-year-old university students, so the first step was, how do we get the bread? And thus, our first step was, how do we collect the resource? Thus, we partnered up with bakeries in Hong Kong, like the Intercontinental Bakery, the Maxim's Group, and we started collecting bread. Then we did home brews, and trust me when I say home brews, I've blown up my kitchen, and I've learned brewing on YouTube, so it was really from the scratch. And eventually, after 20 or 25 failed runs, we launched our first pilot, which was called Responsibly. We took this pilot to the market and got a lot of feedback from users about whether they like it, whether they don't like it, how's the packaging, everything. And then from there, we launched our initial product line of these 4 products, and we were very experimental. We were making tequila beer, we were making milk bread beer, we were making all sorts of beers. But these beers led us to where we are today, where we have our 3 core product lines. The first one is our pale ale, being made from white bread. The second is a local favorite because it's made from pineapple bun or bolo bao. And the third one is a hibiscus sour, which is a sour beer. And we try to cater to each and every palate in Hong Kong, be it a local palate, be it an expat palate, be a female palate. Every product, every person has a product. From 2019 till today, we now sell in over 300 sales avenues, including restaurants, tap rooms, and stores. You can find us on the island side. You can find us in Kowloon, soon in City Super. Welcome. We'll be available everywhere. But now I want to shed light on two very important partnerships. The first one is with Pizza Hut Hong Kong. So Pizza Hut reached out to us and said that we don't have bread, we have pizza crust. Can you do something with it? And as a 20-year-old entrepreneur, I didn't even think. I first said yes, then went to the thinking board. So we said yes, that we can use your pizza crust, and that's how Base was born. Base is actually the world's first pizza crust beer, and a patent was recently issued, which is co-owned by Breer and Pizza Hut, where we use their pizza crust and make beer from this. And this will be available in all Pizza Hut stores starting next year in Q2 of 2024. The second important collaboration is our collaboration with the Maxims Group, where we collect bread from Maxims, and for each bottle sold, we donate $10 to charity, and for every 6 bottles sold, we plant a tree. And we've expanded this collaboration by creating 2 beers from them, one which is made from bread, and the other which is made from coffee grounds and bread. Now, over this time, we have had impact. We've brewed over 50,000 liters of beer, 85,000 units, 50+ pop-ups, 3 new flavors, and we employ 10 people. From there, one thing which is really important on our cans is that we connect consumers to the cause. We have a QR code on each can where if you scan it, you get to know the exact impact you made as an individual by drinking our beer. Now, 2 important collaborations for circular economy. First is the beer from coffee grounds. So when coffee is made, grounds are left. What do we do with them? So we use the coffee grounds and the bread to make a coffee stout. And second is something which we're really excited about. So when we use bread and make beer, we have a residue called brewer spent grain. Now we're going to use the brewer spent grain to turn it back into bread, one of the world's only closed circular economy loops. So this is some of the highlights. We recently pitched to President Clinton at Hult Prize in New York, and also worked with Maxim's Caterers Limited. And I know my time is over, but I'll only end with this note, which is really quickly, I'll end with our note here, which is that if you don't remember anything from this presentation, remember that we work on this principle where we try to be inclusive for people, we try to serve the planet, and we do make a profit. Thank you so much. Let's toast to change. One quick note is that now, I don't know if the camera can focus on this, but if you can, then we can see that the beer, the water color would have changed, and that is because the starch from the bread breaks down, and that's how we make our beers. Okay, I think the camera's not focusing on this. Yes, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Naman. Thank you, thank you. So now we know that there's more ways to use our food waste, maybe to make beer in the future.
I know, can we try that? Well, we have our final speaker in line for you. Our next speaker and our final one of this session is Jacqueline Chak.
Hi.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you. I'm going to start talking here because apparently I have too much to talk, and I'll keep it really, really precise. Thank you, BODW, and everyone here for having me. I'm Jacqueline Chak, co-founder of Architecture, Re-Edit, and Edit Academy. Christmas is around the corner. I'm going to start by sharing with you a video of our latest sustainable Christmas tree that we've done for our partner. Video, please. Tree for them.
hope to show each and every one of you wastage can be changed to beautiful objects or beautiful projects. Waste can be turned to wonder. This whole tree is made with 100% upcycled plastic, upcycled glass, upcycled wood, and upcycled materials. Materials were kept, memories were retained. This is a beautiful project that we've done and created and just launched for the family. Because each of the tenant and also the clients, they're all really missing each and every single piece from the building. So we've taken wood frames, feature stones, created new materials for the countertop. And the whole tree actually will be transformed into 8 pieces of furniture as their third lives afterwards. We carefully kept all of these glass, made it into new glass, new materials. Together with 3D printing technology and 100% upcycled plastic, we've built a new wonder for this Christmas to celebrate with our partners. And I'm going to keep the rest really, really precise. So this message, I'm sure everybody knows and very familiar, and this is what and why we're doing what we're doing today. I'm co-founder of Archetypes, Re-Edit, and Edit Academy. I'm going to show you some of the projects that we've done connecting our clients and our partners together with our social projects. We offer design-led products and services that are sustainably produced for a circular future. Me and my business partner here, I'm just wrapping the team, Genevieve, our motto is always better together, not just between me and her, but with partners and passionate partners like you all here. These are some of the clients that we do. I'm trained as an architect, so these are some of the projects that we've done for branding, for architectural projects. This was our studio in 2017, but 2020-21, we've completely transformed our office to a Re-Edit lab so that we can get our hands dirty and do a lot of testing, R&D, so that we can provide more solutions, sustainable solutions for our clients so that they can use. This is the tree that we did last year, our first 100% full sustainable focus project that a tree can turn into 21 pieces of furniture. Everybody knows there are tons and tons of wastage after Christmas. Our goal was just to create one tree that has 0 wastage. And then it was auctioned out, and the auction donation actually supported some of our social projects afterwards. And Coca-Cola actually bid the auction, and we have arrange and design a whole series of roadshow for them afterwards. This is one of the projects. It's also an installation for 3 days, but then afterwards, all the installation can be turned into furniture that can be used right now in Bangkok and their office. This is a project for UBS, for Art Basel. We also manage to help them use 100% upcycled plastic and reusable furniture, over 95% reusable furniture. And afterwards, we managed to help them to donate all the furniture to our local communities and local schools. This Waste to Wonder project, we use 100% wastage from upcycled glass, Qingdao beer, and upcycled plastic, and create this beautiful piece artwork that is now exhibited at the Palace Museum. We also created our first ever sustainable mahjong using upcycled fabric. So they're using wastage of fabric, then we create mahjong set using, from Joyce Boutique. We actually took Dries Van Noten, Ralph Siemens, and clothes to create an upcycled mahjong. Using food wastage, we have used chili residues to create the sauce plates for our clients. And this project was for last year, Mid-Autumn Festival for packaging. We used Swire Group Hotels used uniform, transform it into, we call it the sustainable jade, so that you can carry on to use it as an accessories or pass on the message and raise awareness. For Rosewood Hotel, we use their old and used bedsheet linens and create these little cute bunny chest piece that can be used as chopstick holders afterwards. And this is a project this year that we've done and pre-design and post-design all together to make sure over 95% of our furniture can actually
be used afterwards to be donated to local schools, local community, and subdivided flats. These are some of the awards that we've got. It's great acknowledgement for the project that we're focused on sustainability, and it's a really, really great encouragement for us. For us, education is the key to sustainability. That's why we found also Edit Academy to teach children how to use sustainable methods to build a better world together with us so that we can give back to the society. The first project is called Home Edit 1.0, which is a transformable home. Within there, we teach our kids to use upcycled fabric to build bricks and fabric to weave a blanket so that we can donate to our homeless community. We brought them down to see the actual homeless community, to see that what they've designed actually goes into our community. We use upcycled paper to write notes. Through all that, through play, through fun, through sustainable concept, we can also give back to our society. The other project that I'm going to show you with a video afterwards is a subdivided flat home transformation that we've done with our kids. We teach them how to use sustainable wood, sustainable plastic method to design and build furniture that can be given to their home. So during the transformation, these families were connected to Ocean Park and Disneyland, and during our transformation, they came home with a whole new face of their home. And all of these, I hope you remember, that's one of the retail booths from Daegun, and we actually transformed their home with these. We also hope with all the partners that we can build a better world together with love and empathy. And I'm going to end it with a video that we've documented to show you the process of our social projects. With the donation from the Upcycle Tree last year from Swire Group, we managed to transform 2 social projects with our Edit Academy architecture. Some of you may not be familiar with this name called subdivided flats in Hong Kong. These are flats that is only 10 to 15 square meter in Hong Kong. So it fits one of the family, this family actually fits 6 people in less than 220 square meter. It's about 180 square feet. And so we brought and taught our kids to use sustainable methods, to learn about sustainability, but at the same time, they create something that can give back to the society with us. For now, we have visited over 30 subdivided flats, donate furniture to them, and completely transform 2 main subdivided homes. So we've organized workshops to teach the bigger youth how they can actually transform with us. Because the bigger kids, they can do more. All of these, we call them more privileged kids. We're not trying to make them fear about, the situation of Hong Kong. But we hope to let them know, because they're more privileged, they can do more. This is the home that we first visited. 3 kids, 2 grandparents, 2 parents live in this home. With the furniture that we've taught our kids. This is how, when we send them out for Ocean Park for 8 hours. And then we took the 8 hours really, really precisely.
It's a better place since you came along.
teach our kids about sustainability on design that can last, not only in terms of a project scale, but these projects we hope can last longer in people's families and memories. So sustainable design, from commercial projects to our social world. And together with partners like you all, we believe we can build a better future and a circular future together. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sophie, Naman, and Jacqueline, for your insights. That was truly inspiring.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, I'm sure Hong Kong will continue to innovate for our collective sustainable future. Meanwhile, if you have any feedback to our morning's program, just scan the QR code behind your badge and complete our survey. Special gifts are waiting upon completion on a first-come, first-served basis. We look forward to hearing from you.
That's right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch, and we will be back here at 2 p.m. to discuss more about the essentials of designing sustainable neighborhoods that embraces environmental conscious practice. So please enjoy your lunch and see you all at 2.
我哋覺得設計其實係空間同埋人嘅之間嘅橋梁嚟嘅，而我哋喺室內設計個會所嘅時候咧，刻意將嗰個室內同室外之間嗰個隔膜咧係打破咗，而且用咗大量嘅水平線嘅設計語言，希望將嗰個大自然嘅柔和咧帶入個會所入邊，令到人咧覺得同大自然咧係融為一體嘅。
人每日喺自己嘅居住環境裏邊都會得到一啲 experience。設計嘅空間係要有前瞻性嘅，能夠考慮未來嘅使用，而設計就陪伴住人一齊成長。
我哋會留意住戶嘅 feedback， 而隨住人同環境嘅改變嘅需要，我哋要完善我哋下一個樓盤，建構一個更美好嘅生活。